Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Xavier. Oh, honey, you're getting more handsome every time I see you. How is that possible? My godmother, Madame Dubois, releases me from a vanilla-scented warm embrace and pulls back to smile at me. You look fabulous, Maman D, I say back, calling her by the name I've always used for her, the French word for mom, because she's always been like a second one to me. Damn right I do, she says in her endearing French-accented lilt, giving me a wink. Now let's get you inside the B&B before the paparazzi find you. Paparazzi? My soccer star godson's triumphant homecoming. You'll probably make the front page if Sam at the paper has anything to do with it. I haven't played in years, Maman, but you're sweet. I smile as Maman D links her arm through mine and walks me in. She's obviously proud, and that makes me even more determined to live up to my promise of being a help to her for the next 2 months before I leave for Spain. You know Spain has some of the best football in the world, right? Maman D remarks. Please tell me you follow La Liga, Maman D. We have it on the television in the bar sometimes on weekends, along with the English Premier League, in your honor. She cuts me off as I begin to object that it's not necessary. And Monsieur Clemson also loves it. I always watch the World Cup and root for France, of course. And Paris Saint-Germain in the Champions League. I made an exception when Zidane played for Real Madrid. I met him, you know. Of course you did, Maman. My room in my godmother's sprawling B&B, La Maison de la Rose des Montagnes, is the same as it's been since I was a child. B&B is a misnomer, of course. It's more of a castle than an inn. More Swiss Alps chalet, paid for with secret Swiss money as well, than Rocky Mountain cabin. A John Denver song it is not, apart from the fact that Maman makes it feel like home for every guest who comes. Maman D, better known as Madame Dubois to everyone else, has always had a taste for finery. The hotel has borne the same ornate brocade wallpaper and floral bedspread since I was a child. It doesn't seem old so much as frozen in time to remain in a gilded age. The armoires are ancient antiques, and a red oriental rug covers the floor that looks as new as when it was purchased somehow. I slump back into the deep old leather wingback. As a boy, I used to curl my entire body into it and sigh contentedly, imagining myself to be un petit chat, purring myself to sleep. I feel like I'm home, but I know I can't get attached to this place. In 2 months, I leave for Spain. I have a consulting gig that's going to put me in some of the most beautiful places in Europe. I imagine seeing flamenco live and watching Real Madrid play in Santiago Bernabéu Stadium. And I look forward to many evenings spent entertaining beautiful señoritas who can teach me about their culture, while I teach them a thing or two about American men. In my fantasies, I imagine a woman I'm with for the evening looking like Penelope Cruz, because she's the only Spanish actress I can think of. It's easy to imagine a Penelope clone taking me by the hand and helping a charming, successful American man learn el lenguaje del amor, because that's about the extent of my Spanish right there. I slap my hands down on the armrests and lift myself up out of the chair. A drink will do me good after all the travel I've just done. I head down the delightfully creaking flights of stairs toward the B&B's restaurant and bar Café des Mélodies. I hope you don't change the setup you got here. I hear Mr. Clemson, a regular of the restaurant, regaling Madame D with his thoughts. I like being able to watch my game, but I also like looking in that big mirror to see what folks are doing behind me. Don't you worry about that, my godmother says. This mirror has been here for over 100 years, and it's staying another 100 years if I have anything to do with it. She beams at me. There you are, Xavier. She leans across the bar and gives 2 kisses on each cheek. Well, hello there, stranger. Mr. Clemson, one of the regulars for years, shakes my hand and pats me on the back. He pulls the bar stool out beside him, offering it to me. Madame Dubois has been talking non-stop about 2 things for the last month. The renovation and you. Not necessarily in that order, Maman D remarks. Good to see you again, Mr. Clemson. Can I buy you another whiskey? Well, certainly, son. I look at Mom and D, who smiles and nods. She pours 2 Johnny Walker Blue Labels for us, and Mr. Clemson nods in approval. Thank you. Mr. Clemson gives a toast. Here's to you and your adventures in... Where are you going again? Spain, your godmother said. Yes, sir. Mr. Clemson clinks my glass and takes a long sip. This is the good stuff. So, when do the renovations start, Maman D? I ask. I still need to find a designer. I have some ideas, but it's hard to hire the right person and run this place at the same time. Selecting a designer, given the character of this place, could be a full-time job. My mind is quickly elsewhere. Straight back to Nina. She's a gifted interior designer, I know, from her social media profile through the years and mutual friends. She has an incredibly successful business, from what I've heard from mutual friends. Before I have a chance to think about it, I pull out my phone, open my social media account, and type in her name. It's something I've resisted on many a tipsy night, coming home to an empty apartment, and sometimes I've had to resist it even when I'm coming home with an overnight guest on my arm. Nina Alders, I type into the search box, and then, through the magic of technology, there she is. I take a sip of my drink to calm my breathing. She's just as beautiful as I remember, dark, curvy, and now sporting aqua-colored tips at the end of her braids. They perfectly suit her personality. Calming yet adventurous, and colorful. I scroll down a little. She lives in New York, and yes, as I thought, she is now an interior designer. I switch over to her professional site and see that she's a successful one. Most of the before and after photos feature palatial mansions or lofts with floor-to-ceiling windows. Don't tell me you've gone downhill with the rest of the youth of this world. I look up. Maman D is frowning at me something fierce. Huh? See? She says to Mr. Clemson. They're all on their phones now. They don't socialize. She leans over me to see my screen. What's so interesting? Her face changes. Mama, I was looking up interior designers, I'll have you know. I smile at Mr. Clemson and he raises his eyebrows. She reaches her palm out and I reluctantly give her my phone. This woman does beautiful work, she says. It's probably a little high-end, I say, holding out my hand for my phone and looking for an excuse for the brush-off. My godmother starts walking away with my device. Hey, Mama, I think you're forgetting something. My phone. Don't you have one of your own? Yes, but it's already up on your phone. She's wrapped in the phone an instant later, frowning and pacing slightly, scrolling up and down. Nina. Oh, why does that name sound familiar? She looks up as if hit by lightning. Oh dear, the Christmas card. I frown at her. Christmas card? Mr. Clemson asks. This is your ex-girlfriend from college, the one you sent out a joint Christmas card with one year. Last name reminded me of a tree. Elmer's? Alders. Yes. I sigh and gesture for the phone, getting increasingly more annoyed. She does good work. She paces with my phone once again. There's something about family that can reduce a successful professional, a consultant who manages more than a dozen employees, into a sulky teenager. It's been a while since I haven't been in charge. Leave it to Maman. Maman D and Mr. Clemson are gushing over Nina's work. I love how she handled that staircase. The patio area with the pool is so open after she took out that wall. My godmother is looking at the company bio page, and suddenly I'm worried. Listen, I cut in. I have no problem with you looking for inspiration, But Maman D, you cannot contact her. I hold my hand out and glare. I cluck my disapproval. You kids and your phones! She sulkily slaps the phone back into my palm. When did you get so pushy? I learned from the best, Mom and D. Mr. Clemson tries to hide his smile in his drink. I'm serious, Mama. I've had zero contact with her, and our last encounter was a disaster. So please, let's just leave Nina Alders in the past. Don't you want this place to look its best? That has nothing to do with it, I say, my voice going quiet and calm. It works in the boardroom, and it appears to be working now. There are 330 million people in America. Surely there's another interior designer you like. Maman D holds up her hands in feigned innocence. Okay, Xavier. If you're that insistent, I promise that I won't contact her. She puts heavy emphasis on the I, and I'm instantly on my guard. And none of your little minions either, I say, gesturing at Mr. Clemson. No one contacts Nina. Just saying her name brings back feelings I'd rather not revisit. It just solidifies my insistence that Mama find someone else. Maman D reaches out a soft, vanilla-scented hand and lovingly pats my face. Okay, mon cher, she says, smiling. I promise no one will contact her. And just when I'm feeling like I've won a small victory, Maman D straightens up and winks at Mr. Clemson. Ugh, Maman D. My exasperation prompts customers at surrounding tables to look up at the commotion. I throw up my hands to the old tin ceiling and cover my eyes on the way down. Mr. Clemson laughs and grips my shoulder. Sorry, son, but you know it's much better to be on your godmother's side than on the other side. Truth be told, there could be worse things than seeing Nina again. But you better not hire her.
Chapter 2. Nina. I just can't handle another one, I say, looking at the request for an interior design project. No, I can't take it, can I? No, I can't. Who's a good boy? I say to my dog. Paco, my little Yorkie. He leaps over to me and I scratch his ears. At least you're not demanding. It hurts to turn down such a lucrative project, but the list of design points is exactly the same as the ones on all the last proposals from clients. Why do the people who can actually afford the best interiors have such boring tastes so often? Where are the eccentric weirdos? I say to myself. They're poor, and they're not hiring decorators. 3 jobs ago, I pointed to the top of the wall where it met the ceiling, trying to talk my Chanel-suited client down. But if you put the fish tank way up there, how will you feed them? I pleaded. The woman looked at me blankly. You need to feed them? Another man about 6 months ago, a 22-year-old tech entrepreneur, waved at a wall of first edition books he'd inherited. Do you think you can cover all of these in bright vellum colors? I want a cool backdrop for Zoom meetings. And being an influencer? I think showing off these priceless copies will make a bolder statement than color blocking, I objected. Yeah, but I don't care about books. I don't want people to think that I do. Then I'll just remove these and replace them with prepared stock. He'd waved a dismissive hand at the books and told me to take them away. The appraiser I showed them to practically broke his jaw from how hard it fell. The young man had been shocked at the estimate I presented, and he was even more shocked that I was honest about their worth. I would have just taken them and run. He didn't laugh. He was serious. I tried to smile but finished the job in record time, just so I could just be done. I felt dirty every time I had to talk to him. I need something real, I mutter as I look through postings on a design job board. I haven't had to bid for a job in years, and I say a little prayer of thanks that I've been so lucky. Now, however, I'm ready for something completely different. Most things posted are small, or the client wants designers who will work for nothing and call it a chance to get experience. In other words, they want something for nothing. I keep scrolling, searching for a gem in a pile of dust. I may have to reconsider some of the jobs I really didn't want to take, And then I see it. A beautiful old bed and breakfast in the Rockies, framed by mountains and surrounded by forests. I attempt to zoom in on my phone screen with my fingers, but they're trembling so much with excitement that I almost navigate away and lose the page. It looks like it ought to be on the historical registry, if it isn't already. I scroll through the photos of the rooms, along with the restaurant. The owner, an adorable older lady with flaming red hair and a forward fashion sense, stands proudly with patrons during a birthday party in the restaurant. And then I see the name of the town. Pine Ridge. My finger freezes mid-scroll. No way. There's gotta be like a dozen pine ridges in the country. I navigate to a map app and search the address. There could be 1,000 towns called Pine Ridge in the country, but I'm pretty sure this is the Pine Ridge. The one that's the hometown of the man who broke my heart. Maybe the only man I really loved. Xavier Moreau. We were madly in love in college. We weren't each other's first, but we found something different from anything we had ever felt before, and it's something I haven't felt since, if I'm really honest with myself. And then he let me know that he was transferring schools 2 weeks before he left for good. After a few months, he admitted that it was a mistake. By then, it was too late. The damage was done, and I never wanted to go through pain like that again. How could I trust him after that? But I considered it for months afterward, not sure if I was the one who made a mistake by not taking him back. My throat constricts painfully at the memory of Xavier. I feel an instinctive momentary longing for what was. I wonder how he's doing. I just as quickly shake my head, trying to clear the memories, to pretend like he never existed, because feeling love like that and knowing what might have been is so much worse than excising him from my mind. I've worked hard to move on, and I'm not backtracking now. He talked about his hometown so much that it almost felt imaginary, like a fairy tale kingdom to me, like Hogwarts and Brigadoon and Narnia all in one. What we shared was magic, and so was this place. In my mind, for my sanity, it never existed either. And now here I am, staring at a listing to design one of the most beautiful places I've seen in the mythical place I heard so many stories about. I go back to the listing to scrutinize it more carefully. Madame Dubois, the site says. I don't know why, but there's something familiar about all of it. She looks so kind, so happy. This person would not only know her fish needed to be fed, she'd also have names for them and claim they have distinct personalities. Francois is greedy, eating all the food first. Claire is coy, depending on the kindness of strangers. Jean-Luc is a well-meaning idiot, bless him. A job like this, in a historical spot guided by someone who obviously values the treasure she's maintaining, comes along every few years. And she seems delightfully eccentric. This is the palate cleanser I need. I click to write a letter of introduction in the in-app messaging. I attach my CV and close my laptop. Even if the odds aren't fabulous, it feels good to try. I remember at the last minute to add a postscript. And one important question. Are dogs allowed? I have the sweetest Yorkie you've ever met. I wake up at 2 a.m., my heart heavy. It happens sometimes when the dark feels oppressive and I become very aware of how alone I am. I pad to the kitchen and drain a glass of water, then go back to my bedroom with my phone. I'll use my breathing app to fall back to sleep. I see an alert for the job app, and I immediately scramble to read the message. As I'd hoped, it's from the lady with the B&B in Pine Ridge, time-stamped only minutes after I'd sent my message to her. The written voice is so strong that I can immediately picture the woman standing here with me in the dark bedroom. My dear, may I just start by saying how pleased I am, and I mean over the moon out of my mind, that you messaged me. I've been looking at your work on social media, and I was thinking that if I could choose any designer in the world, you would be at the tippy top of my list. I can feel my grin practically reaching my ears. Your aesthetic is so lovely, and I think you have the intelligence and care we need here at La Maison de la Rose des Montagnes. As you've already noted, It is indeed a special place and needs a discerning hand to maintain its identity. I'm your girl. I speak back to the screen. Might I inquire about your rates and availability? I'm not wealthy, but I'm willing to go the extra mile if you're willing to come to Pine Ridge. And of course, dogs are welcome. I wouldn't think of having a hotel where they weren't considered family. I also have the perfect staff member in mind to watch him when you need a dog sitter. Very sincerely yours, Madame Rose Dubois. Oh my gosh, she even has a storybook name, I say to the darkness. I quickly type a message back, saying I'm available whenever she'd like, and I'll lower my usual rate because of the interesting nature of the project. I also ask, because I really hope she'll say yes if I can be housed on premises as part of my salary. Just the idea of working on this B&B for a woman named Madame Rose Dubois fills me with a glow I haven't had for a long time. I'll get to see the town I'd heard so much about. I'd originally hoped to see it under different circumstances, of course, on the arm of Xavier. But it'll be a dream fulfilled, Xavier or no. I wake up early and make coffee, then go over my agenda for the day. I have another message from Madame Dubois, who evidently is an even earlier riser than I am. Here is my cell number. Please text me about the details. I would love to hire you right now. Whoa! I laugh at her enthusiastic interest. Then I text, hoping it isn't too early. Within 3 sips, I get a dingback. I'm so excited. Can I call you? Please do, I text back. I warn you though, I'm still on my first cup of coffee. The phone rings instantly. I clear my throat. Hello, this is Nina. Nina, mon amour. She sounds exactly like I was hoping. I'm so pleased that this will work out. And so quickly. Surely you're in demand? I admit I'm a little burnt out with so many of the projects I'm being offered, Madame Dubois. This project is exactly what I need in my soul. Her voice suddenly drops to a whisper. I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you for the excellent rate and the quick response. I wonder about the change in demeanor, but she does own a hotel after all. Maybe she's aware of the guests needing their beauty rest. I hear a door shut on her end, then another, and suddenly her voice seems like it's echoing a bit. So, how soon can you arrive, Mademoiselle Alders? I already have the flight finder loaded, and I'm scrolling through departure and arrival times. It looks like there are reasonable flights for tomorrow morning. After a quick drive, I could be there by late afternoon or early evening, I think. Incroyable. I can't wait to see you here. Will you bring a contract for me to sign? I'll email you one right when I get off the phone. I'm so thrilled to work with you, Madame Dubois. Thank you so much for the job. Oh, it is entirely my pleasure, and I'm sure you'll find our B&B full of unexpected delights. I'm sure I will. Bye for now. Unexpected delights, huh? Now, that does sound promising.
Chapter 3. Xavier. Madame Dubois has got you working hard, eh? The guest who says it is walking out of the forest trail with her husband and onto the back porch. Always. Gotta earn my keep somehow. I smile and wipe my hair out of my eyes. I'm unloading and stacking a truckload of firewood. The couple had waved at me when they'd started their hike, and 2 hours later, I'm still here. You'll certainly keep us warm, she says. Oh, Brenda. Her husband rolls her eyes. What? I'm talking about the firewood, darling. They continue on, but Brenda looks back, and I can tell she's checking me out when she thinks no one's looking. My godmother passes them on her way out and greets them warmly, asking what they have planned for the rest of the day. She continues out to me, giving me a look that I know well. She'd make it whenever she noticed someone sharing her assessment that she has a handsome godson. She leans on the back of the old truck and raises her eyebrows at the perfectly square stack I have positioned near the woodshed. This is amazing, honey, thank you. I'm glad you're putting me to work. It's the only way I'd feel okay about staying. Darling, you attract customers by just hanging around. Now don't go giving me a big head, Maman D. Remember how hard you worked to cultivate my humility? Oh, like the time you were taunting a kid for scoring a goal on him, and I convinced the coach to make you switch positions. I shook my head. Exactly. She made me step into someone else's shoes for a game. The first time another striker scored on me, my little 8-year-old heart hurt so bad, I vowed never to gloat about my goals again. I'd like to think years of work have paid off, and now you can take a little credit when it comes your way. Plus, there's an unusual number of women who are taking their coffee with a view out the back window this morning. I laugh. Well, thanks, Maman D. She's already hustling back to the B&B. Laissez les bonnes bûches rouler. Let the good logs roll. Bien sûr, of course. I grab 2 more pieces of firewood, then place the final pieces on the stack. I stand back to look at my handiwork, pulling off my gloves and admiring the symmetrical pile. Humility, I say to myself, even as I think it looks darn good. This supply of wood should last at least until I'm done in Spain. I go up the steps and inside, looking around as I go. To the right, sure enough, are at least 4 older women sitting by the window, one of them wearing a birthday girl sash and tiara. Some of them hurriedly look down at their cups of tea or coffee, but one smiles at me and gives me a thumbs up. I return the gesture. Happy birthday to you, I say in a sing-songy voice, which makes them all smile. When I get to the front desk, Maman D is looking at the computer screen as if she's in some secret conspiracy, although there's no accomplice in sight. Maybe she's throwing me a welcome home party or trying to set me up again. Although I hope not. It was a disaster last time. Some woman from Montana who was here for a skiing trip, and we had nothing in common. None of the girls I've been set up with have ever held a candle to Nina anyway. I haven't been able to get her off my mind since looking her up for the renovations. I lean against the counter. Maman D looks up, smiling. Do you need something else sweat-inducing before I go take a shower, Maman? I ask. A little giggle comes from the direction of the birthday group. My godmother's nostrils flare like she's trying not to laugh. No, honey. You go on, I'll make you a late breakfast or an early lunch. Whatever you'd like. See any listings that look promising for the renovations? She pauses, looking at me with wide eyes, her mouth open as if she's about to speak. But no words come out. I give her an inquisitive look, and she shakes her head and waves her hand. I was thinking you must be psychic because I was just considering asking your opinion about someone. I'm flattered, but we all know you're going to hire who you want, no matter what any of us says. That's true. I tend to do what I want. So who is this person? Mike, the sometimes prep chef, sometimes bellhop, and always good guy, is coming in with some new arrivals' suitcases. Maman D turns to help him and greet the new guests. I go slowly up the stairs, turning my torso back and forth to loosen up my back. I've kept up my fitness level, but the bending, twisting, and lifting while stacking wood uses different muscles than I'm used to. I close the door to my room, then gather my clothes for the evening from the dresser and strip off my sweaty shirt. The cool air feels good on my body as I reach down, undo my bootlaces, and kick the boots off. Something is still bothering me about Maman D's reaction. All you have to do is look at her bright red hair to know she's the opposite of subtle. Every surprise party she's ever thrown somehow never surprised anyone after her excitement bubbled over. Her face when I mentioned the interior designer was almost comically guilt-ridden. I pause. There's a pull in my stomach that I don't like. Those 2 words, interior designer, are enough to trigger it. I can't block her out anymore like I've tried to for the last decade. Nina. I get up to grab a towel from the small, charmingly quaint bathroom that comes with an ancient clawfoot tub. I don't want to leave any marks on this place for Maman D to worry about, so I drape the towel over the chair before I sit, yank off my thick socks, and lean back. I feel my muscles relax. On my bed sits my phone. I've been fighting it all morning. Surely I have enough self-control to resist stalking Nina's social media again. I can very responsibly pick my device up and check my work email. I reach forward and grab it. My thumb taps on my email notifications and I scan through them. Nothing that can't wait until I'm showered and ready to sit down for a while. Then I navigate to her profile. It's so easy, almost automatic. The last photo I'd seen the other day was her standing at an animal shelter holding a cat who obviously didn't want to be held. It was hilarious. An updated page loads, and I'm suddenly looking at the tops of cross-trainers perched on a carry-on suitcase. I squint further. She's in an airport, it seems, at the luggage carousels. People are standing around, arms folded, looking expectantly at a vacant chute. The caption says, "Off to a new adventure," followed by a smiling emoji. There's something familiar about the airport. I look more carefully at the wall behind the people and expand the photo with my thumb and forefinger. Where have I seen that mural? My stomach lurches. It's the airport just a few hours away, in Denver. The one I was in not more than 3 days ago. Everything falls into place. My godmother's weird behavior. The way she was looking at me earlier. Sure, she'd said she wouldn't contact Nina. But there are a half-dozen different ways to contort that syntax so that she wouldn't technically be contacting her. And yes, my godmother always gets what she wants. Evidently what she wants right now is Nina. We have that in common at least. I debate my options. I look back at the post, taking a moment to speculate if the sneakers are Nike or Adidas. It was a running joke we had when we were younger. I sported Adidas and she wore Nikes, and we would take turns finding ways to insult the competition. I shake my head. Focus. I look at the timestamp, then look around in panic. It's from a few hours ago. Do I have time to leave? To grab all my things, write some sort of apology letter to Maman D, and go? Surely she would know why I left. I can't believe she's done this to me, I say to the bed. I stand up, frustrated, looking again at the time on my phone. If Nina was picking up her luggage at that time, she would almost be here by now, if she didn't stop for a snack or the gods of luggage didn't do something like eat her bag. There's no time. I yank the towel from the chair, wad it up, and throw it hard at the bed. I yank it up again and storm into the tiny bathroom. If I'm going to see Nina again, the least I can do is clean myself up.
Chapter 4. Nina. Xavier wasn't lying, was he, Paco? I say as I start up the rolling Piedmont. He's excitedly looking out the window and wagging his tail. I climb the long single-lane road to the central estate of the B&B. If this is a bed and breakfast, then Versailles is a cottage. The manor is French Renaissance mixed with Beaux-Arts, with flourishes from several other architectural periods. It's flanked by villas, cottages, trails, and various other points of interest, including areas for bouldering, archery and skiing, weather permitting. It looks like a postcard from the Swiss Alps, with pine trees and lakes dotted across the undulating slopes and valleys of the mountains. If only my more demanding clients could see the character of a place like this, I wonder what they would say. Would they want to tear it down to build a faceless glass box? After ascending the driveway, I park, taking in the majesty of the Gilded Era estate. It's a cross between a palace that was sacked during the French Revolution and a quaint farmhouse in an ordinary American mountain village. It was built in the early 20th century during a boom of the robber barons, I discovered in my research. On a property like this, I do my homework, like I'm preparing for a PhD dissertation. There's a reason American royalty built their summer homes here. It was a chance to build a castle with their fabulous wealth, but live amidst the openness of ordinary rural Americans, unbound by the strict rules of their social set. That is, until the rest of their social set got the same idea. The grounds were designed by none other than Frederick Law Olmsted, the most eminent landscape architect, not just in America, and not just in the world, but in the entire history of the art form itself. The stories of the proprietress are at least as impressive as the story of the property. There are rumors about how Madame Dubois acquired it. According to my online research, any one of them could fill multi-volume sagas. According to an article in the Pine Ridge Gazette, she can neither confirm nor deny having been an intimate of some of the notable figures of the 20th century, both famous and infamous. When she purchased the property, there were blind items suggesting she was a beneficiary of a small crumb of some of the world's great fortunes. And when those fortunes number in the billions, it adds up. According to one rumor, the estate itself was left to her by a shadowy international oil baron. But that's for her to know, and likely for none of us to find out. I wonder if Xavier has ever been here. No, I'm almost positive he has. I vaguely remember hearing about this crazy manor in his hometown and thinking it sounded like Kublai Khan's Xanadu. As I come up the hill, I feel that I'm stepping into an Agatha Christie novel, or maybe a James Bond movie. Hopefully with less killing than either, but it's the type of place where it seems anything could happen. Here we go, I say with a deep breath, putting Paco on his leash and walking up toward the main mansion. As soon as his leash is attached, Paco is bouncing around, in love with the place already, with all of its new smells and spacious grounds. I take a bellhop's cart to haul my Gucci luggage set, which suggests a higher social class than the one I actually occupy. One of my high-end clients was about to throw it into the garbage when she thought to ask if I might want it. "It's last year's, so you might not," she said. "Oh, that's so generous of you. I would love it." The luggage reminds me of the world that I won't miss while I'm here. As I approach, I see an unmistakable older woman standing out front with a shock of blazing red hair. It can only be Madame Dubois. "I recognized you instantly, ma chérie Nina. I am Madame Rose Dubois. Enchantée. And hello, Petit Paco. Your maman was right. You are the most adorable Yorkie I've ever seen. So lovely to meet you as well. Thank you for your hospitality and for your confidence in my work." Nonsense. Thank you for disrupting your life to help a poor old lady. Judging by her appearance and the grounds, I don't think she's either. It's the thrill of a lifetime, I gush. I've heard about Pine Ridge and always wanted to come here. You have? Yes. An old friend of mine used to live here. I heard all kinds of stories from him. Just a friend? She gives a coy smile. I swear for a moment she looks deeply into my eyes, and maybe my soul, as if sizing me up. She whisks me into the main atrium, where she flits behind a reception counter just to produce the key. Although the inn is obviously more than 100 years old, most likely it has modern conveniences like electric door keys. Just to be funny, I should ring you up a receipt that says 0. We have key cards, but also the old keys as well. You can have both, but a warning. If you lose a key, the cost of the replacement is $200. The key is so beautiful, I contemplate paying the cost just to keep it. I'll have both, madame. Merci. Ah, français. You speak? Un petit peu, a tiny bit. I'm fluent in Spanish, though. She turns and summons a man in athletic clothes who she spots out of the corner of her eye. "Frederick, darling, this is Paco, the dog who you agreed would be your special responsibility whenever Miss Alders needs. Happy to be of service. Hello, Paco." He has dog treats at the ready, and Paco is in love. "Well, come, Nina and Paco. Let me show you to your room." The interiors are beautiful already, as far as I can tell, as she walks me upstairs. It must have been stunning in the full bloom of its former splendor. I already have 1,000 ideas percolating to modernize the antique decor without losing the charm. I'll give you a full look around soon, but for now, I'm sure you'd like to get settled. I'm in love with the property already. I'd love to take a look around first. A woman after my own heart. She curls her index finger and whistles. Gustave, my dear friend, would you mind taking this to Mademoiselle Alder's room on the 4th floor? She whispers to me conspiratorially. I know it will take some climbing on the stairs, but the view is marvelous. My own room is on the 3rd floor, but you're much younger than I. I keep the bag with my camera and notepad with me for the tour. We go through the 1st floor communal spaces, including the Café de Mélodie, along with the bar room deep inside. It has shabby dark blue carpeting, beautifully patterned but a bit dated. We go up to the sumptuous yet haphazardly decorated empty rooms. I'll confer with Madame Dubois to identify themes for each suite. Inside one of the suites on the 3rd floor, which reminds me of a library in an English manor, we hear a knock on the door. I don't want to lose the historic appeal, but I want to modernize it, Madame says, holding the fabric of a damask curtain. That's the exact same aesthetic I have in mind, Madame. It's like we're of the same mind. I snap photos of the room so I can use the image later for my design, to complement the decor. I take note of the cornices, the historic wallpaper, and the moldings. I know I want to retain some of these original flourishes, even if it's updated. Maybe one wall of each will have the old grandeur restored and updated. She nods at my industriousness and attention to the small details, and I smile as I jot down a note on my pad. There's a knock at the door of the suite. Are we expecting company? I ask Madame, pointing to the slightly open door. Not that I know of, but this place always has people popping up. Who is it? Madame calls out. Qui est? C'est moi, ma belle marraine. I don't know much French, but I know that the words coming from the oddly familiar voice that's speaking mean, it's me, my beautiful godmother. Entree. I'm probably crazy, but I think it sounds like Xavier. He comes in and gives Madame Dubois 2 kisses on each cheek, alternating each. Of course, she's Xavier's godmother. I completely forgot. I knew the story sounded familiar, but I figured it was some apocryphal story from a magazine feature, not repressed memories of my ex-boyfriend's eccentric godmother I never met. Memories come flooding back at the sight of Xavier's face, like a time lapse. Talking to each other at the college dining hall during my freshman orientation, then looking everywhere for the handsome guy whose last name I never got. Finally finding him at an off-campus Halloween party, then being inseparable for almost 2 years afterward. Until he transferred schools and told me 2 weeks beforehand, never really giving me a choice about whether to break up or not. I understood why he was transferring. He got a full scholarship to University of Illinois to play Division I soccer. Who could turn that down? Maybe if he had asked me sooner, I could have looked into going with him. But he didn't even give me an option. The worst part was, he swore he still loved me. He just didn't want to be long distance. By the time he changed his mind a few weeks later, it was too late. The damage was done and I couldn't forgive. Nina. He looks at me with wonder in his eyes, then over at Madame Dubois with something less forgiving. You know each other? Madame Dubois claps in delight. What a happy accident. I know him well enough to see rage burning in his cheeks. And I know him well enough for butterflies to fill my stomach at that beautiful face. Paco immediately runs up to sniff him, which lightens the mood just a little. But even he's not capable of fixing everything. Madame Dubois shrugs impishly, then shifts in her seat. Was this an accident or a ploy? I had felt so welcome, but now I feel like I don't belong here at all. I want to escape, maybe even withdraw from the project if this is a setup. I almost expect to see a hidden film crew, but no one jumps out. I'll stay professional for the duration of my time here, however long that winds up being. Nina, could I trouble you for a moment of your time? Xavier asks. I search for a reason to say no, but somehow I can't find one. Sure. I smile through gritted teeth.
Chapter 5. Xavier, Maman D looks a bit taken aback when I ask Nina if we can talk privately. She's the one who placed us in this awkward situation, so I don't feel any guilt about any awkwardness she might feel. Whatever she's experiencing, she deserves more of it. I want to be angry, but my heart is racing too much. I'm bowled over by how gorgeous she still is. I never thought we would see each other again. Yet here she is now, in my godmother's bed and at breakfast at the exact same time that I am. "I think I should go and give you two a moment to catch up then," Madame says, slipping out of the room. "If you will excuse me. Nina, you and I will talk later about your designs." "Yes, Madame," Nina says with a smile. Maman D gives me an unsettled look before going. I just nod my goodbye. This is the least she can do after going behind my back and hiring Nina. I take a deep breath before returning my attention to Nina. I need to clear up this situation. Nina doesn't deserve the awkward situation that Maman D created. When I look at Nina, she looks a bit uncomfortable, but she has an irrepressible smile that goes up to her eyes. Even after all these years, I can still read her. "You'll always be able to read her," a voice says in my head. As happy as I am to see her, I wish we were meeting under different circumstances, maybe one where I have some preparation. I curse Maman D in my head, and I shine my own irrepressible smile at Nina. "Nina, hi, it's so good to see you. And believe me, it's very, very unexpected." She gives me a skeptical look, but soon after, her expression tells me she believes me for now. She nods. The little dog has a quizzical expression the whole time. I walk toward the couch. "How about we sit so we can talk? We might as well be comfortable." She sits down after I do. She looks at me. "So, what exactly is going on?" I sigh and run a hand through my hair. I know this is awkward. I just wanted to clear everything up as quickly as possible. She leans back on the couch and crosses her arms in front of me. I just feel a little blindsided. She's trying so hard to appear unfazed, but her body language says otherwise. I feel blindsided too. Trust me. She gives me a crooked smile. "You've met my godmother now, so that might make it more believable." Nina laughs like that, and the sound makes the room come alive. This might be my fault inadvertently, but believe me, I had no hand in this. I may have thrown the grenade, but she pulled the pin. A puzzled look comes over her. Hopefully there won't be any explosions, but what does that mean? She was talking about the renovations, and I remembered that you're an interior designer. Her face grows stiff with skepticism again. No. I showed her just as inspiration, but I told her she had to swear not to hire you if I showed her. She agreed, so I didn't think she'd actually call you. I can't believe it. You mentioned me? I can't tell if she's flattered or put out. Only that you did renovations like the one here, and how talented you are, but if I knew you'd get dragged into this... She bites her bottom lip as if mulling over something. "Well, actually, it's not entirely your fault. I was the one who responded to her inquiry on the job board." "Oh, good. At least it wasn't me." "You did? Maybe it was fate then. It was just such a dream listing. And you know, if I'm honest, I'd always wanted to go to Pine Ridge after all of your stories." She gives me a sweet smile, and it's like we're in sophomore year all over again. "That's amazing. Hope it lives up to what I built it up to be. I can't believe she remembered my stories after all those years. I think it already has, especially when I think about the other clients I had. If I got one more request for the same black marble counters and white cabinets and minimalist Swiss furniture, I was going to scream. Yeah, Maman is definitely not typical. I know you told me a million years ago that she was your godmother, but I completely forgot until you opened the door. And now here you are. Here I am. So how have you been? It's been so many years. Not since. She looks down. Yeah. Is that pain in her eyes? Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned that time. There's a chill in the air now. It seems that those memories are still as fresh to her as they are to me. I run my hand through my hair again and across the stubble on my face. I should have shaved. But how was I to know she was going to be here? If we were still together, she'd have said something about it already. She said it felt like sandpaper when we kissed, but it looked sexy when she looked away. So it was a wash. I take a second to look at her lips, remembering it's impossible to look away from them. I know it might be an uncomfortable situation, and this is my hometown, my godmother, my comfort zone, not yours. And you're here to do a job, so I'll respect your space and keep my distance. The B&B is your domain, not mine. It's your world, I'm just living in it. I need to talk to Maman after this. You don't have to do that, it's okay. I was not expecting that. I thought she would agree, and then we would part ways. Something shifts in me. Nervousness, hope, abject terror, and regardless of anything else, nostalgia. I can't help but wonder what we'd be doing here if we were still together. Would we be married? On our honeymoon? Bringing our kids? Are you sure, Nina? If it's too much, you can be honest. Maman shouldn't have done this. I can't imagine what you're thinking right now. I'm positive, Xavier. It's not your fault this happened, and I'm so happy I'm here. Hey, even if my least favorite ex-boyfriend were here, I'd still want to come. Not her least favorite, at least. That's something. No. I mean, you can't help that I loved the listing, and she liked my work. I chose to accept this job. Why not make the most of it? Her eyes lock on mine above a faint smile. The last conversation we had, more than 10 years ago, was far less civil than this one. She wanted nothing to do with me again, she'd said. I guess, and if you're comfortable with it, then you'll most likely be busy with whatever you're up to, and I have all the renovation work, so we probably won't see much of each other very often anyway. Plus, this place is so huge. I know. Bed and breakfast? If you're the jolly green giant, maybe. She laughs, and again, every time something I say makes her smile. I feel like I've scored 100 in skee-ball. I appreciate it, Xavier. The sound of my name coming from her mouth makes heat rise within me. I appreciate it too, Nina. I stand up, already missing being so close to her. Well, I still have to get some firewood for the fireplace, so I should probably head out. I'll see you around then, hopefully. She gets up with me to walk out. I can only assume she's going to get back to work too. Yeah, I'll see you around.
Chapter 6. Nina. 9:30, way past dinner time. At 10, the kitchen will be closed. I keep staring at the clock above the door as if it's going to grow legs, start singing Be Our Guest, and return from the kitchen with a plate of food. I'm starving, but I can't leave yet. Sitting in my room after the tour with Madame D is not working for calming down and regaining my senses. All I can think of is how awkward things must appear to her. No se engaña nunca, Nina. Never deceive yourself. I hear my mother's voice telling me that in Spanish. Mommy always tells me to be honest, especially to myself. I hear her clearly now. It's like she is physically here with me. Well, maybe I don't want to be honest right now, Mommy, I retort into the void. I'm staring at the clock with butterflies in my stomach. And I'm starving. I haven't eaten since last night. Seeing Xavier again brings back memories and feelings that I thought I had vanquished long ago. Maybe being surrounded by the things he knows and loves will help quiet my thoughts. If I can use this job to flush out all our talks about his hometown, then maybe I can move on. Hijua puta, 9:47. Already? I'll see you later, sweet Paco. Just for a little while. I give Paco a kiss goodbye, grab my bag, and run toward the restaurant. As I get closer to Café des Melodies, I scan the dining area. There's no sign of Xavier. I straighten my stance and quickly walk toward the lone server. It's not that I don't want to see him. I just need to process and decompress. Hi. I waved down the server, Giselle, in a crisp white shirt and black pants, while I'm hovering at the empty hostess stand. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. I know the kitchen's about to close, but I was hoping I might be able to get something to eat. It can be something that's fast and easy to cook. She looks back at the kitchen, clearly doing the calculation in her head about whether it's worth it. I'm working for Madam, doing her new interior design, and I just got here today, so I've been preoccupied. Ah, you must be Nina then. Oh, wow. Madame mentioned me? Madam is the epitome of hospitality. She always lets us know of any notable guests. I'll make sure she's taken care of, Giselle. I'll take her order. I turn around to see Madame D striding over from the front desk, wearing a huge smile. Thank you, Madame, Giselle says. Madame takes me by the hand to a table near the window. Giselle goes behind the bar, where she starts to do some cleaning. Madame Dubois, thank you so much, I say, about to take my seat. I'm so sorry for cutting it so close. I wanted to make sure I wrote my ideas down. I have this overwhelming urge to curtsy. Nina, I should apologize to you. I think we both know your late arrival to dinner is not because the tour suddenly inspired you, talented though you may be. I look away for anything to calm my nerves, but all I find is Giselle doing meditative circles with a rag on the glasses. Madame D follows my gaze. Giselle, would you go to the kitchen and order a croque monsieur for Miss Saunders? No need to stay. I'll do the pickup and bussing. Giselle nods and heads to the kitchen. Oh, Madame Dubois, I really don't need anything fancy or time-consuming. Please don't do anything extra for my sake. A croque, whatever it is, sounds like it would be a lot of trouble. Nina, dear, those fancy words tell the kitchen to make you a hot ham and cheese sandwich. Grilled French style. Nothing extra, I promise. Again, I look away. This time, my gaze goes to the entrance. I want to head back to my room, but I'm starving. Not to mention Madame D just ordered a fancy ham and cheese sandwich for me. I'm going to have to stay and listen. Still, her presence is so comforting. I don't mind the way I might if it were anyone else. Please. She gestures to the clean table. Take a seat while you wait for your meal, and let me get back to apologizing. Of course. I sit, trying not to slump and hoping for a welcome distraction. Understand that I had no intention of causing you or Xavier any discomfort. I simply mentioned that I was in search of an interior designer, and he looked up your information. When I saw your portfolio, I loved it. I would have contacted you on the spot, but Xavier insisted you didn't. He told me. Exactement. He had nothing to do with you being here. Now, did I know about your connection? Yes. But I figured it was a sign from fate, and I wanted you for the design. After a few minutes of talking, with her going over all the things about my listing that appealed to her, the food arrives. Madame D thanks the runner and faces me again. Honestly, I was elated when I got your email. Know that your talent got you here. Nothing more. I sigh and look down at my plate, salivating at the golden crust of the toasted ham and cheese sandwich. When I take my first bite, it's delicious and as comforting as her presence and the beautiful old inn. Besides Madam, my father is the only other person who knows the full story regarding Xavier. At least, he's the only person who knows my side of the story. I have no idea what Madam has heard from Xavier, but I have a feeling I can trust her. The words of my mother come back into my head, and I decide to be honest. May I be frank, Madame Dubois? She takes one of my hands in hers. I insist upon it. I never fully got over the heartbreak of things ending with Xavier. It was such a difficult time in my life. I don't wish him any ill will, of course. Just, he sends me back to that time. And it's a time I'd rather not relive. I loved him so much, and it was so painful to have it end. I understand. It's not anything I would normally admit. In fact, you and my dad are the only people I've talked to about it. Do you not have a good relationship with your mother? I look down, and Madam, still holding my hand, squeezes it gently. I did. But unfortunately, she passed away when I was in high school. It was just me and my dad. He remarried, but she was not anyone worth mentioning. So it's just us now. I'm so sorry, dear. Madam shakes her head somberly. I'm sure your mother would be very proud of you. You're so accomplished, going to graduate school and learning not one but 2 languages, making time to learn Spanish. And was there another language too? Actually, I learned them growing up. Spanish from my mother and Tsalagi from my dad. He's from the Cherokee Nation. Her eyes widen. Wow, that's amazing. What a story. Where were they from and how did they meet? My dad's from Oklahoma. His parents are part of the Cherokee Nation. My grandfather descends from Cherokee freedmen who were enslaved by Native Americans. Complicated history, right? And my grandmother is Cherokee by blood. There's some history there, yes. A dark history, but beautiful. Yeah, they made sure my dad spoke Tsalagi to keep it alive, and my dad taught me. My mom's family is from the Dominican Republic. She came to New York as a teenager and was naturalized with my grandparents. Nice. Go on. Dad went to NYU to study international law. He met my mom, who studied international business. They bonded right away, as Black people from such distinct cultural backgrounds, ones that don't necessarily fit a traditional mold. You're a testament to their talents. You weren't pulled toward business or law. My parents encouraged me to follow my heart. I guess that's why I'm here. I admit it's an odd coincidence that I applied after you and Xavier talked about me. But I'm very happy for the coincidence. Oh, yes? Yeah. I paused to think. I've always wanted to see Pine Ridge, first of all, and what better way to see it than with the person who made me want to come here so badly? And I've always wondered how Xavier has been doing over the years. Just what? I sigh. When you've had that with someone, it's hard to let it go. I understand that so well, my love. One day, I'll tell you about all of the loves of Madame. But, oh dear, it's truly getting late, and you've barely touched your food. May I wrap it up for you? That would be lovely. I let out a yawn and cover my mouth. I can feel my eyes closing. She holds up a finger and rises. Give me one moment. A few minutes later, Madam comes back with a thick brown paper bag tied with a ribbon. Thank you, Madam. This is amazing, and like I said, I'm so happy for this coincidence to have brought me here. Nina, let me tell you something. A lesson I've learned over the years. I don't exactly believe in coincidences. Non? Non. Ce n'est pas une coïncidence. C'est le destin. She looks at me very seriously. I shrug my shoulders as I get up and take the bag by the handles. I give her a hug and the 2 kisses on each cheek. I take a quick shower, then immediately get underneath the covers. Fate, really? It's the last thing I say before I fall asleep.
Chapter 7. Xavier. I come down the blue-carpeted stairs for breakfast, and the cafe is already bustling. I take a seat at the far end of the bar, hoping to evade detection. I order eggs Benedict and try to wake myself up. Bonjour, Xavier. It's the welcoming face of Madame, although my mood is not one where I'm excited to give much of a warm welcome to anyone. Good morning, Maman D. Did you sleep well, darling? I noticed you had an early dinner. I thought perhaps you might not be feeling your usual perky self. Maman, you don't have to be evasive. You know exactly why I'm not feeling my usual perky self. I crinkle my forehead and she gives a guilty frown. I managed to get some sleep. Maybe 5 hours. Thank you for asking. I noticed, of course, that you ate early. Nina came much later, around closing. How did the conversation yesterday go? It was fine. Better than I thought, actually. Yes? That's good, I suppose. She's a lovely girl. Yeah, just... we have a lot of history. I don't know if you remember how we ended things. It wasn't my best moment. So I told her yesterday, this is the place where I feel comfortable. She has a job to do, so I'll defer to her. I'll let her have her space, and I'll be conscientious. Very good. Very civil. She looks like she's weighing the options, and civility isn't the preferred one. Civil is good, right? Of course. Just haunting the halls like a ghost might not be the most comfortable for anyone. You shouldn't feel frightened to walk around. Except for the ghosts that already live here. She raises her eyebrows and gives a little laugh. Do you really think it's haunted, Maman? Don't try to change the subject, my beautiful boy. I roll my eyes good-naturedly. Fine. Where were we? She continues. Nina, how I shouldn't make myself so scarce. Ah, yes, Nina. So we talked late into the night, made her a croquet monsieur, learned all about her. I'm dying to ask. My godmother can see it on my face. Did my name come up? You know I can't tell you that. Our conversations with guests here are confidential. Madame Invité privilege. She traces her finger and thumb in a line over her lips. Oh, not just a little. You're the one who raised the subject. I didn't ask. You have to give me something. Maybe. You could also talk to her yourself. We've already established why that might be uncomfortable. Yesterday, you didn't get the uncomfortable conversation over with? There's more than one to be had, Maman. It's not like you hit a quota of awkwardness where it stops being awkward. It compounds, if anything. My godson is a wise man. Okay, you're right. I was the one who brought it up, so maybe just enough that she wouldn't mind being shared with you. I lean forward, eager to hear. She said it was difficult, as you've said as well, to see you again. But she has great affection for you. She said that? More or less. In so many words. She said many times that she's happy for the coincidence. Now, maybe she was just talking about coming to Pine Ridge and getting to work at Madame's Inn even after you, my godson, told me not to contact her. I raise my eyebrows in curiosity. She might not have only meant that. Who can say? I just know that she'll do her best work if she's comfortable. Right. Which is why I want to make myself scarce. She raises her eyebrows this time. Do that and she'll feel like she's a slice of spoiled brie stinking up the hotel. No. Treat her normally as you would anyone else. But she's not anyone else. Yes. She's closer to you. Or is she further from me? I broke her heart. When I realized my mistake quickly, I might add. I tried to reconcile. She wanted nothing to do with me ever again. That was a long time ago, my love. You might not get back together. You might not even want that, but surely you can come out as friends. I guess, but there might just be too much bad blood. I don't know if she'd be willing. Transferring universities isn't an unforgivable offense, Xavier. I suppose not. But knowing for months and only telling her a few weeks before is when it was too late. That might be. I knew she was the only thing that could change my mind about accepting a full scholarship to play Device and I soccer. I didn't want the temptation of rejecting it, so I just didn't tell her. But it wasn't worth losing her over. You were children. Hearts can change and soften. Yours has. Maybe hers can too. You cared for each other once. There's no reason you can't again. There's no harm in trying. Admitting this to Maman D relieves some of the weight from earlier, and her acceptance brings even greater relief. She puts her hand on mine, reminding me that I have a safe space here. I wouldn't even know how to start that conversation. What would I say? Sorry I was such a jerk, Nina. I should have let you know about the transfer before I left. I should have given you a choice about what you wanted to do. That's a start. I mean, I was such an idiot. It never even occurred to me that she might want to transfer too. Her dad is a rich lawyer. He could have afforded it. Her dad. I haven't thought of him in ages. He was like a second father. I missed him almost as much as I missed her. I just was convinced she wouldn't want to transfer for me, and if she didn't, we'd end up like my parents, with distance getting in their way. Your parents are your parents. Their marriage was unhappy long before they were apart. You know that. You could say all of that if you wanted. But you know what else you might say that's simpler? What, Maman dit? Give me the fruits of your wisdom on love and the human condition, only because I love you. You say, "Hello, Nina. Would you care to get a coffee?" Actually, I have an even better idea of what to say to her. She suddenly turns to look at the kitchen. When she whips her head back in my direction, I see a look in her eyes that's as mischievous as the devil. "And what's that, Mama? I don't like that look." You say, "Mi hermosa amiga, Nina. ¿Quieres un café conmigo?" I'm sorry, Mama, I don't speak Spanish. Yes, exactly, but she does. How do you know that? How do you know everything? C'est mon travail de savoir. It's my job to know. She and I talked. It's one of the few parts of the conversation I'll tell you. But she's a native Spanish speaker from her mother. I bet she wouldn't mind helping an old friend learn a language he'll need to know. That's a terrible idea. Excuse me? Not terrible. Practical. Your Spanish improves for when you're on your trip, you make things amicable with Nina, and you stop hiding like a scared kitten for 2 months. I can't help but laugh. Maybe. But it also could come across as, "Hey, Nina, I broke your heart. In the few hours you're not working, want to give me free lessons for something you should get paid to do?" With the added benefit of listening to me mangle a language she loves. Maman D lets out a laugh that's loud enough to turn the heads of several patrons. She waves her hands to let them know it's all fine. "Only one way to know," she says after she recovers. "But you know me. I get a feel for people. And I think she'd enjoy sharing. She has a glint in her eye that makes me trust her instincts. Just remember, Maman, I'm your godson. I need you with me in this. And you'll always have my love, more than anyone who comes into your life. But that won't get you very far when it comes to romance. You have an opportunity before you, one that's already created. Thank you for your advice, Maman, for always giving it to me. And look at how wise it's made you, my love. I don't know about that. Mais, je t'aime, ma belle marraine, sans fin. I love you endlessly as well, darling. I hear the tinkling of the restaurant door's entrance from the outside. It's time for the breakfast rush. Maman D gets to her feet and gives me one last look. Okay, Maman, I'll ask her, and I'll let you know what she says. Just keep your chin up and your heart open. She grabs some menus from the side of the high bar and smiles, then heads to the entrance with a skip in her step. I don't know if a Spanish tutoring session will be able to break the ice, but it can't do any harm, as I'm going between will she or won't she. I feel a tap on my shoulder. I start shifting to get ready to move, thinking Maman D needs the seat for a customer. But no, it's Nina. I'm wondering how much of that conversation she just heard. Either way, she's here now. Vamonos, Xavier, let's go.
Chapter 8. Nina. I hear the clink of dishes and the hum of laughter from the Café de Mélodie on the stairs, even before I've entered the main lobby. The architecture of the inn is open and airy, and it feels like a dream to work on such a palatial, historic home. Or at least it would feel like a dream if I didn't have to handle the emotional fallout of Xavier Moreau being here too. Just thinking of his face used to bring me to tears for more than a year after we broke up. Entering the crowded dining room, I see Xavier and Madame Dubois instantly. It's hard not to miss him, with his dirty blonde hair never quite in place and his soccer player's physique. With his godmother's fire hydrant red hair next to him, the two of them are impossible to miss. Just keep your chin up and your heart open, I hear Madame saying. I try my best not to listen, but my best isn't good enough. If he's asking his godmother's advice about a woman, I doubt I want to hear it, but that doesn't mean I'm not tempted to listen. She walks away, and I realized I've only come in at the end, which is probably for the best. And now, the seat next to Xavier at the bar is the only free spot in the crowded space. One more act of Le Destin? It's an enormous space, but it's clearly a point of interest for everyone in the town, whether tourist or local. I don't want him to think I'm lurking, and I tap him on the shoulder. Fancy seeing you here, stranger? He jumps when I touch him, with a horrified look on his face as if he's been caught doing something he meant to keep secret. Oh, Nina, good morning. Here. He gestures at the empty seat next to him, and his cheeks blaze red. Please sit. Are you sure? It seemed like you were in the middle of a conversation. You look like you have something important on your mind. If you need to talk to your godmother, I don't want to take her place. Oh, Nina, no one can take her place, believe me. He rolls his eyes and clucks. She's one of a kind. We both laugh at that. I've known her less than a full day, and already I know that if anything, it's an understatement. I've never met anyone like her, and I imagine I never will again. She certainly seems like it. No wonder you got so bold. You had to keep up with her. Are your parents like her? In some ways, there are a lot of sides to her. They talk about things like literature, but I'm sure they were wild back in the day, just like her. I'm sure they were. Look at you. Remember the hijinks you got into in college? Waking up out on the quad, not knowing how you got there? Do you still sleepwalk? Only one way to find out, I guess. But no, I don't think so. I've only had to get myself out of a police station for sleepwalking once, but I don't need to tell you about that one. I guess my subconscious learned from that time. And I didn't have any money back then to bail you out. None of us did. We were just poor college students. And it's not like you could tell your parents, "Hey, Mom, I was sleepwalking and broke into the campus art museum and set off the alarms." I swear it wasn't a heist. We're both cracking up at the insane memory. I have to pause for a moment to catch my breath. And I had to beg everyone in my dorm to scrounge up enough spare bills and quarters to pay for your $50 bail. Knocking on doors, waking people up in the night. And then half the floor wanted to come bail me out, just to see your soccer star boyfriend in the pokey. We're laughing so loudly at this point, even in the raucous dining room, that a number of patrons have started looking over. And then we took pictures with the police officers. Do you still have those? I ask. Somewhere. I should have burned them. No. And ruin an important piece of history? That would be a sin. We're howling at this point, and I have tears in my eyes. It's good to know we can pick up right where we left off. Well, we can pick up slightly before where we left off and skip some parts. It's better that way. We're laughing so hard we have to hold off the waiter before we have enough breath to place our orders. Amid all the laughter, I remember just how entrancing Xavier's smile is. Like a little boy who gets his hand caught in the cookie jar, but he's too adorable to get mad at. We finally calm down, and I finish wiping the tears in the corners of my eyes. I would have expected to cry from seeing Xavier again, but definitely not from laughter. So, my godmother. You mentioned I had a funny look on my face talking with her. She had a crazy idea, and that's why I look so uneasy. Because once she gets an idea, it's hard to get her to back away from it. How'd you know? He grins at me. But yes, exactly. And it seems like most of her ideas are crazy, so if this one struck you as particularly out there, then that's saying something. Basically, I need to warn you. She might come to you and ask you to tutor me in Spanish. I burst out laughing. Spanish? Really? Yeah. After your conversation yesterday, she knows you're fluent. Wait, she's telling you our conversations? She promised me it was between the two of us, but I'm starting to wonder. No, never. Absolutely not. Even with me. No, she has a strict confidentiality policy. Always has. She's like a therapist. She even thinks of herself like that, but she says she has an even stricter ethical code. He affects a French accent and makes exaggerated hand motions. A doctor sees patients for money, but me, I see people to heal their hearts. That's an unbreakable bond. You're good at imitating her? Has Madame seen that? She gives me notes. Helps me do it better. No, not like that. I practically snort out my coffee, and I start choking. He lifts up the glass of water to help me regain my breath. I can't believe how much of a scene I've been making, I admit, holding my cloth napkin to my chest. That makes two of us. Anyway, about Spanish, and about your godmother's unimpeachable ethics. Right. A strict confidentiality policy, except for her own exploits, of which there are many, especially if she's had some cognac. Get her some VSOP, and you'll hear the whole history of the 20th century, just from her own personal life. I'll get the whole bottle from the bar in that case. I grin. Seems like she's made you something of a raconteur, too. When did you get so talkative? I always had to draw it out of you. Maybe that's something I learned from you. You made me realize it maybe, especially after how things ended. It was because I couldn't bring myself to speak when I should have. I've thought a lot about it over the years, Nina, you know. Or maybe it's just the thin mountain air up here, messing with my inhibitions that has me so chatty. Uninhibited, eh? Sounds like fun. What am I doing? Am I really flirting with him? This is a terrible idea, Nina. It broke my heart the first time around. Now it could also potentially damage my career. Maybe I should get out of here sooner rather than later, before I'm too invested. Madam can hire someone else right now before I've even done any work. I can pay her back her retainer and airfare and be through. Spanish lessons could be fun, right? Xavier offers. At least according to Maman. Maman, that's cute. I've always called her that, since I was a little kid. I still don't quite know where this conversation is going. Is he warning me about his godmother? Or is he asking me to tutor him? In Spanish, of all things. He wasn't even interested in Spanish back when he was in college, when he had an opportunity to study a language. Why now? So strange. I find myself liking this new Xavier, the loquacious one who errs on the side of talking too much instead of talking too little. Strangely enough, I find myself clamming up when I used to be the one chattering on and on. It could just be because I'm with him, though. Within just a few minutes of sitting down for breakfast and talking with him, I can already see how easily I could fall for him again. Even yesterday in our awkward, uncomfortable conversation, I could see the inklings of it. Today, there's no mistaking it. The attraction is still there on my end for sure. I wonder if it is for him too. I don't know if I could actually be just friends with him. I need to avoid him. But how am I supposed to do that when he's right here? And he's so much fun to be around. I feel so comfortable. And that's exactly the problem. Hey, Nina, are you feeling okay? You look a little... Yes, I'm definitely a little. Oh no, I'm fine. Just tired. Not tired. Overwhelmed. How am I going to get through all of this? I have to come up with a game plan soon, or else I won't last another day here.
Chapter 9. Xavier. When did you get so talkative, Xavier? The real answer? Since I started sitting next to you at this bar in my godmother's restaurant, laughing and remembering the happiest time in my life, and remembering exactly what made it so much fun. Nina Alders. I don't know when I last laughed so hard. Maman D's been looking over at me every once in a while with that knowing look of encouragement. I half expect her to give me the thumbs up. Subtle she is not. Yeah, it's one of those things where you know that if Maman D mentions it, she'll be on my case asking every time, so I thought I'd bring it up. But I know it's a ludicrous thing to suggest. I mean, Spanish, right? Your time is valuable, and you're here to beautify this place, not be my private tutor. Maybe she'll offer on her own. I definitely don't want to ask, but hey, if she's offering, I won't say no. But if she can't, that's what apps and books are for. Plus, maybe some beautiful woman in Spain will get a kick out of helping some hapless American with an expense account. Even thinking of meeting someone there makes me a little wistful at the idea of leaving. I've only been in Nina's presence for less than a day, but already the idea of thinking of someone else feels like a betrayal. I'm in deep already. With her in front of me, how can anyone else compare? But in just a little less than 2 months, I'll be gone. And the renovations will probably be over by that time, and then what? You know, it's so beautiful here at the B&B already. It's a challenge to figure out how I can add to it, Nina says. I have some ideas, but still, it'll be a lot of work to improve on something that's already lovely. And especially when it's to satisfy your godmother. Satisfy. Just hearing her say it starts making me a little bit hard. I don't even want to begin thinking about what we were like together in those days, or I won't be able to focus at all. Right, exactly. She's exacting. She deals in tough love, and believe me, she's no slouch at the tough part. Yeah, I'm sure I'll be really busy. From the time my godmother suggested the idea to the time I actually asked, I was praying she wouldn't say yes. Now that she said no, I'm deflated. It's completely ridiculous. I didn't even want her to teach me. I like languages, but not actually speaking them or having anyone hear me making the necessary mistakes of learning. Especially with her. There's so much history between us, and I don't want to go out of my way to make myself look foolish. She always got better grades than me, which is a reason for her to tutor me. And also a reason against, since she's so brilliant that she'd quickly notice how abysmal a student I'll probably be. But I do like the pretense of spending time together with an actual objective. As it is, we'll just be running into each other aimlessly. I'll either spend that time avoiding her or being tempted to spend all of my time with her. It was a ridiculous idea anyway. It's such a harebrained maman idea. It's like every person here is a number on a bingo card, and if she lines up enough people together, she wins a prize. Or maybe every time she makes her guests spend time together, an angel gets its wings. Have people who met here gotten married before? Constantly. And then they have their honeymoon, their mini-moon, their baby moon, their anniversary. It's a whole cottage industry for Maman. I always tell her she needs about 10 reality shows. One just for her, obviously, but another one that's one of those put a bunch of hot single people on an island shows, but here. They could call it Mountain Hotties, does he? Get it? Oof. Yes, unfortunately. I grin. You have anything better? She asks. No. We both laugh. You were always the creative one, I say. Or just love mountain, she suggests. I like it, or in French, montagne d'amour. In Spanish, it would be montaña del amor. I repeat after her. Montaña de amor. I just have to remember that the pronunciation isn't the same as French. Maybe the fake reality show would have participants thinking it's a language exchange, and they discover it's actually a dating show, which sounds just a little too close for comfort to what Maman D has in mind for me and Nina. Nina has a look of concentration on her face, just thinking. I'm not used to seeing her at a loss for words. Then again, I'm not used to seeing her. I haven't seen her since I was 20 or so. Although she's changed a lot, she's still utterly beautiful. Her brown skin is flawless, and her wavy black hair now has aqua tips, a nod to her creative spirit. She's embraced herself. She moves in a way that's less self-conscious about her curves which have always made my mouth water. Even her body language is more open. It's probably a good thing that she's a little more protective of herself since the time she was a college student for her own sake. She's someone it's hard to hold back with. You know, I have a thought, Xavier. What's that? So I don't have time to have formal tutoring. And it's not like I have actual textbooks or anything like that. She already told me once that she can't do it. Does she think I'm going to try to strong-arm her into it or something? No need to explain anything, I totally understand. No, I mean, I can't tutor you, but maybe we could practice like this. She moves her hand between the two of us. We both have to eat, right? How about at meal times I can teach you some of the Spanish? I know if it's something you're really interested in. She can probably tell from my uncontrollable grin that I'm pleased by the proposition. That sounds amazing. I'd love that. And now I don't have to think of ways to either see her or avoid her. It's as much about that as it is about getting the opportunity to see her and learn Spanish. I can't promise that you'll learn anything. It's not like I learned it officially in school or anything. I learned it from hearing my mom speak, so I have no idea what actual methodical learning looks like. I have some apps and books too, so it's just practicing that stuff a little bit. I'm sure I'll learn a ton. Textbook Spanish is so different from actually speaking it and actually being understood. She's smiling now too. It's probably more interesting than sitting at the bar by herself or eating lunch over carpeting samples. It also gives her someone else to talk to apart from Maman D. And now she'll have someone to vent about Maman D with as well. Yeah, it's always funny when my clients have eager high school kids who want to practice with me, and all they can say is, "Hello, I call myself Victor." "What do you call yourself? That is very good." Hey, that's more than I can say. Then we should probably start soon. She smiles and narrows her eyes in a way that drives me wild. What do you say about dinner tonight? On your tab or mine? She looks confused, as if I'm actually asking. Sorry, silly joke. We're both EIPs, obviously. Is there anything you want me to do to prepare? Wow, look at you, trying to cram in extra work. Maybe just think about some of the things you want to learn, I guess. Well, I want to say thank you, for starters. Gracias. Muchas gracias. Mucho gracias. She starts laughing at me. What? You made 2 mistakes already. Try again. She speaks slowly. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Bueno. That one I know, fortunately. Maybe also think about which Spanish words you think you already know. Well, tequila. That's an important one. Mezcal. Cerveza. Las bebidas. You too, baby. No, it's a drink. I know, I say with a smile. She rolls her eyes and takes a sip of her water. Oh, you know what? Shoot. I need to get back to work. Me too. You're working? Well, you can be a consultant from anywhere, but I meant more like helping Maman with some chores. She's working me to the bone while I'm here. Oh, I feel you on that one. Me too, but I love it. It's a perfect invitation for her to ask how long I'm staying, which would then explain the Spanish lessons. I don't know why she hasn't asked what they're for. Maybe it's just so random she assumes there's no rhyme or reason. We say our goodbyes and head out to do our various jobs. Me doing chores around the mansion, her re-envisioning it. I subtly turn my head so I can watch her walk away, and her body is even more incredible than when we were kids. She's elegant in a pair of black pants and a tasteful blouse tied at the waist. I think about what the lessons will be like and contemplate where we can go for a meal off campus, as it were. Maybe a picnic on the mountain or lunch on a rowboat on the lake. It's good there's an expiration date on this. It will loom over me and remind me not to get too close. I'll have to leave in less than 2 months, and I haven't asked her how long she thinks the redesign of the interiors will take. Maybe she'll be gone in a week anyway. It's enough of a miracle for us to both be here at La Maison. I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself thinking about it ending. I want to enjoy it while it lasts.
Chapter 10. Nina. I'm so happy you're enjoying your work down there, my father says on the other end of the line. It sounds like the ones you had were driving you up the walls, mi niña. I always smile when my father calls me that. Mi niña, my little girl. Hearing him say it reminds me of my mother. Oh yeah, you probably know the type better than I do. Yes, but they pay to listen to what I say, most of the time. So tell me more about this project. Where is it? What's your new client like? Her name is Madame Dubois, and she's eccentric, but wonderful. This older French lady who's seen everything. It's called Pine Ridge. Pine Ridge. Why does that sound familiar? I'm silent. I'll give him a moment to figure it out before I volunteer the information. Oh, right. Xavier. Isn't that where he's from? His tone suddenly darkens. Xavier is still a sore subject, even though we broke up more than a decade ago. Yes, Doda. It is? The pet name is short for Adoda, which means father in the Cherokee language. I call him that when I sense he needs to calm down, when I desperately need his help, or when it's us against the world. And although they're rare, I call him that in moments like this one, when it's more like him against me. How is Xavier doing? Have you two bumped into each other yet? I'm not sure how to answer that question. Does Dad really want to know how Xavier is, or is he concerned for me? Dad loved Xavier so much when we were dating that sometimes I think he was just as heartbroken as I was about it. He saw us as a source of hope after his second marriage imploded. His wife was gone, and then so was the man he hoped he could call his son-in-law. People break up, people get sick of each other, and people leave. But they have a choice in how they do it. Renee chose to leave Dad in the cruelest, most cowardly way imaginable. It might have hurt even more than my mom's death. She didn't have control over that. Renee did. Imagine coming home to find your wife gone. The house is empty. You don't hear from her for days. When she contacts you, it's through an attorney whom you'd considered a friend and colleague. Only you discover they're not only the third party in your relationship, but also representing the other party in divorce proceedings. With Dad still reeling from the pain of her leaving at the time, it wasn't hard for him to convince me that reconciliation with Xavier would be a bad idea. If he can just up and leave your school, how many steps removed is that from walking out without a word later? He's bad news, Nina. Nina, are you still there? Oh, yes, Dad. But not really. I was someplace else for a moment. So how's Xavier? I haven't seen him. I lie. He moved out of the area and is still gone from what I know. Oh, okay. Well, you said you had to go, right? I'll let you get back to work. We'll chat later, mi niña. Gigeyuhi. Wow, 2 languages in one sentence. I can't help but laugh. I love you too, Doda. I tap the end call button. Welp, time to go enjoy some dinner with my ex who isn't here, I say to myself. I hate lying to my father, but I don't want to upset him for no reason. When the job is done, I can say goodbye to Pine Ridge forever. Then Xavier will truly be in the past. As I walk into the entrance of the restaurant, I see Xavier seated at the bar. I slip quietly into the high stool next to him. Buenas noches. I hope you haven't been waiting long. I might as well start incorporating some Spanglish into his life now. It will help to train his ear as he begins to practice the vocabulary. He seems startled that the lesson is beginning, but he goes with the flow. Buenas noches, Nina. I haven't been here too long. He finishes his greeting, and a server puts a plate of cheese and bacon potato skins in front of him. Una linda mentira. A nice lie, Xavier. Me mientes. You are lying to me. I smile to let him know I'm just using vocabulary, not lobbing an accusation. You've been here long enough to order food. Just an appetizer? So yes, I've been waiting, but long is relative. Está bien. All right then. Buen provecho. What does that mean? Well, I wouldn't translate it literally. It's the equivalent of bon appetit. I guess that's good to know if I'm having dinner with someone. Hearing him say that causes a slight thud in my stomach. Even now, the idea of him sitting with someone else like he is with me evokes a pang of jealousy. I try to suppress it. Maybe I'm just hungry now that I'm seeing the food. Here, Nina, have one. No, that's fine, I'll wait. Voy a esperar. A minute later, the server arrives. I'm thinking I would like something fresh and simple for an appetizer. I can opt for something more if I'm still hungry, along with something alcoholic to drink. Crudités should hit the spot, I tell Giselle, who's on duty again. The trays that are served here are generously portioned, I think, right? Yes, they are. I'll be right back with that. Thank you, Xavier and I say at the same time. Xavier pauses, looks around the restaurant, and then fixes his eyes in my direction. I don't know if I've told you, but I was really impressed with your portfolio of work. I'm looking forward to seeing what you do with the place. Well, I'll definitely be taking some cues from your godmother, and I'll be getting inspiration from the town, too. Honestly, I can't get over how beautiful this place is. I know you told me about it and showed me a few pictures, but they don't do it justice. I did my best to paint a picture, but you were always better at making people see the beauty in something than me. As we eat our appetizers, our conversation slowly turns to the recent past, but not far enough to unearth old wounds. Xavier tells me how he's been keeping busy with his consulting work. I share stories about my business in New York and the overprivileged clientele who see me as their therapist as much as their designer. Like the woman who sobbed on my shoulder for an hour about her divorce before I even knew what she wanted me to do to her house. How are Celine and Jules, by the way? I ask him. I would have expected to see your parents around Laameon by now. They're doing well, although neither one is in Pine Ridge anymore. Mom's in Wyoming, and Dad is still in Chicago. Mom's remarried, so that's good news. Oh, yeah? Good for her. Yeah. And how about your dad? I know he was really broken up about Don't even say her name. Ugh. No, he hasn't dated anyone seriously since her. Although I'd love for him to settle down with someone. Otherwise, he's happy. I feel a pang of guilt remembering my lie that Xavier's off somewhere else instead of right here next to me in Café de Mélodie. I always liked him. He liked you too. Well, until... And you're still close to him. Muy cercanos? Very close. We get dinner a few times a week. With retirement, he has more time to just relax. He still mentors young attorneys too. Ah, retirement. I'm looking forward to that myself. You have some time before that, no? Anyway, you can't retire until you learn how to say it in Spanish. Actually, the Spanish word for retirement is a fun one. I doubt you'll guess it. El retiro. Sort of, but not exactly, and not the main way. What's the main way? Jubilado is retired. Jubilation is retirement. Jubilation? That sounds accurate. Especially for you, Mr. All-Nighter. Y tus amigos, Jeff y Simon, en la biblioteca al último minuto. When I was a student. Now, I probably do more work than I have to. Que bueno, that's good to know. ¿Hablas con Jeff y Simon? He gives me a confused look. Do you talk con Jeff y Simon? Sí. Hablas con Jeff y Simon. Hablo con Jeff y Simon. I correct him. Hablo. I talk. Hablas. You talk. ¿Me entiendes? Sí, entiendes. Number. Entiendo. Magnífico. I do have a question, though. Tengo una pregunta. He shifts in his seat, readying himself. See? What prompted your sudden desire to learn Spanish? If memory serves, you always tried your best to avoid the language electives. Business, not pleasure. I have a consulting job for a startup in Spain. I feel like I have vertigo and that he's pulling away into the distance before I have a chance to catch him. I'll be there for at least 2 months. Since I have no personal obligations, the only thing keeping me from having a great time in Spain is the language barrier. Good to know if I'm having dinner with someone, I remember him saying earlier. Will he be using the Spanish I'm teaching him to cozy up to las señoritas? Suddenly, the thud comes back to my stomach. His social life shouldn't affect me this much, but it does. We order our entrees and reminisce about the past. Our first Spanish session flies by. I'm pleasantly surprised to realize that I'm having a great time, even though I'm only here half the time we're speaking. The other half of the time, I'm firmly planted in the past.
Chapter 11. Xavier. I take a bite of my crepe and sip my coffee in the cafe amid the sleepy Tuesday evening crowd, not long before closing. Tuesdays are the slowest nights. Madame and I are tucked away on the patio, stars all around us. How are the renovations going, Maman? Have you and Nina chosen motifs? Oh, I'll show you. Let me get the book. She walks toward the bar, still talking, just louder. Nina is so creative. She printed out photographs along with her drawings. Maman ducks down behind the bar, picking up the book from a hidden shelf where she stores her precious objects. When she's back, she opens it to a page capturing the theme of water lilies, with paintings and verdant green top sheets and fixtures. I'm amazed at the transformation. Madame gushes. The theme is different artistic movements in the different wings and floors and buildings, unifying each section. For guests, it's like a museum, an incentive to see all of the inn and villas and grounds and what have you, which also means more time for guests to know each other. Yes, and to reserve rooms according to their tastes. She flips through. The 4th floor is Impressionists. This room, she points to a photo, the colors of Van Gogh at Arles. I adore it. I hope to stay there when it's complete. Cubism is the oddly shaped nook on the 2nd floor that is haunted. Ah, you've confirmed it. No, but I'll have one of those reality people come out one day to prove it. And the tower? What's that motif, Renaissance? Baroque, little naked cherub derrière. No, Maman, not really, right? No, not really. Nina vetoed. She makes a comically glum expression. That was the hope. Testing her, eh? Seeing how much you can get away with? Life's no fun without pushing boundaries. And you certainly do that. The themes and motifs. They were your idea or Nina's. You're so creative. Both? Creative genius is exponential, mon petit biquet. I swear, I should get Nina to record you one day and log all of your French words and translate them into Spanish. My little lamb is a key one, of course. Pour le dictionnaire de maman. Très bien. Ahora en español. Diccionario. Mamacita, ¿hablas español? No, mi corazón. She shrugs. Un poquito. I had a lover. One in every puerto, I'm too interested in her and Nina's conversations to even take the bait. Does Nina teach you any Spanish during your time together? Or have you discussed your shared love of languages? Maman has never suffered fools, and she isn't starting now. Xavier, mon amour, you know I cannot tell you that. Okay, but you spend so much time together. What do you talk about? And then there's the texting when you're away from each other like you're high school besties or something. We talk about all sorts of topics. Same as everyone. I cluck my tongue and shake my head. You are truly a vault, Maman dit. Like Switzerland. Oh, I have stories. I'm sure you do. Maman, I have to ask. How do you know which stories are under lock and key in the vault, and which are available to the public? Is there ever a security breach? I do not like your insinuations, Xavier. She clutches her heart like she's scandalized. My mind is not so much a steel trap as pneumatic tubes. Everything goes to the place it's supposed to, and the retrieval system is impeccable. It must be quite the operation, Maman. Yes. And the ductwork for Nina Alders, you must know where she's stored, or where she's not. Her tube is very far from the tube of mon bien-aimé Xavier. So much for my quest for a scintilla of information. But I recognize Maman's mischievous look. There is a caveat. Her fingers tap her skull. Pneumatic tubes, they are transparent. You don't see what's on the paper, but you see paper flying every which way. And I will say, based on the view from the outside, you have nothing to worry about. And you know my judgment is like lay a shell. What's the word? A scale? Yes, a beam scale, held by Lady Justice herself, and croix ta maman. She does a sign of the cross, always the good Catholic, although the word she chooses mean believe, not the cross kind of croix. Old superstitions. Anyway, I know when to spill just enough over the edge to help with your purposes. She looks around cautiously, then deems it safe. Weighing everything, I think you are doing well. I finish my martini, and Maman suddenly strides toward the bar and hoists herself up to grab the Cointreau. La victoire! She practically skips back, holding 2 snifters in her hand. One for me and one for her. Xavier, after the week you have had, I believe you have earned this. Merci, Maman. The orange liqueur thrums against my tongue as I drink the now spiked coffee. Good evening, you two! It seems I've walked into a fiesta, apparently. Nina is wearing a camel-colored pencil skirt, brown knee-high boots, and a white-ribbed turtleneck as she joins us on the patio. I had to look for you. This is a lovely spot. My favorite. I used to do homework here, I tell her. The aquamarine tips on her braids practically glow against her white shirt in the incandescent light. She's somehow casual and glamorous simultaneously, and as always, stunningly beautiful. The 3 of us are always a party. Although 2 is a party, technically speaking, isn't it? Ah, the party's here. I should help the staff. Mama slides out of her chair, grabs the design portfolio, and starts walking to the bar. I'll see you later, madame, Nina says. Yes, you will, Nina. Once Maman is gone, I slide the snifter to Nina. Please have this. It's for you. Are you sure? I look over at Madame. She definitely left it for you. We both toast and take a sip. I love Cointreau. This is delicious. Do you know what you're going to order? Suddenly, Nina whips her phone from her pocket and she's hypnotized. It's like the device sucked her face first into a whirlpool. As she scrolls, her consternation deepens. Now she's even more glued to it. I crane my neck to look over at Maman. She's chatting up Vincent, a bartender, so I know Nina's current texting buddy is not my godmother. One of the advantages of this spot is that you can see the inside extremely well, but they can't see you. Nina looks up for a half second. Huh? What's that, Xavier? Her phone buzzes again, and she's gone again into the depths. She starts typing rapidly, alternating between swooping the screen and tapping furiously. I didn't say much. Just that chevrons go great with camouflage and polka dots. She keeps typing. Oh, Then with suspenders and leather pants and a bow. She's done typing. She takes a deep breath, then crinkles her forehead. Wait, what? Just some of your designs Mama showed me. Chevrons and polka dots together. Oh, ew. She shakes her head as if waking up, then she's back in the cafe. Once I have her attention, I wade in. So, what's going on over there? I gesture to the phone. Looks like something startled you. She half flings her phone onto the table as if admitting defeat. I snatch it, flipping it over so as not to see anything, and place it unseen below our chairs. Hey. She grins, and then she shrugs. Probably for the best, but... Yeah, the phone. That was my dad texting. Ah, Frank. I adored Nina's dad, and he adored me. But that all changed when I pulled my disappearing act. I didn't have the guts to tell anyone I was transferring schools until maybe 2 weeks beforehand, including him. And he never forgave me for it. I've kicked myself ever since. I was an idiot then. I'm sure they would have understood if I told them I was considering the full ride to play soccer instead of graduating with mountains of debt. But I didn't try. It was the withholding, not the transfer, that made it unforgivable to Nina. Well, nearly unforgivable to her, thank God. Frank had no such mercy. He's a brilliant attorney, which means he takes a side and he sticks with it. Unfortunately, I was on the wrong side of him. Yeah, Frank. She looks down and seems to have the insight that she hasn't yet ordered and desperately needs to. She lifts an arm and Thomas, a server, hurries over. He takes down what she wants, then my order, and he quickly punches it in. Then I muster up the courage to ask her, "How is he?" I exhale a deep breath. "He's good. He's frank. He wants to see me soon. He hates it when I take a job out of town. I'll pay for tickets for you to visit on weekends. Don't you worry about the money if that's the issue." It's not the issue. When I'm on site, it's hard to leave. I like immersing myself in a space. "Makes sense," I say. Then silence. She purses her lips. Judging by her face, I don't think it would be a good idea to ask her to text him hi from me. I close my eyes thinking about all I lost when I ended things. I turn my back on a woman who brings inspiration to everything she does, and who always inspires me. And I turn my back on Frank, the father I'd never had. And then I didn't have him anymore either. It's hard not to think of the past with all of this going on, I tell her, looking at her closely. Yeah. She closes her eyes for a second. And you know, so much is on my mind. I have something important I need to say. She looks nervous. I want to tell her it's not that kind of confession. Instead, I just confess. If I had to do it over, Nina, I'd do it all differently. The way I handled things is one of the biggest regrets in my life. I rack my brain to think of anything that could possibly compete, but I come up empty. She breathes out as if she's been holding her breath since I began this train of thought. But she's silent, processing. I should have told you earlier I was transferring, Nina. I should have told you when I was scouted, when I decided to accept, when I signed the contract. I should have included you, Nina. I don't know why I didn't, but it was a mistake. Her eyes widen, and she breathes as if she's about to talk, but she swallows it. Nina, I'm so sorry for what I put you through, for how I acted, for how much I hurt you, and for how much I hurt Frank, too. Her mouth quivers, her chest is shaking. Thank you, Xavier. That means a lot to me. She's so quiet, I can barely hear her. I wish I could do more than apologize to you, but maybe there's something else. We could work to move past it and maybe be friends. You were so important to me, Nina, and I don't want to lose you. I don't want to lose your friendship. Yes, Xavier, I'd really like that too. To be friends, or to try at least. Friendship is all I can ask right now. I'm thrilled she's extending that. If she's open to more, then que sera sera. Whatever will be, will be.
Chapter 12. Nina. I just would have made completely different decisions, he continues. I'm so glad you're willing to try to be friends. It means a lot. I apologize. Xavier, you don't have to. I do, though, Nina. We're in the part of the cafe that overlooks the forest, a terrace that hangs off over the mountain, covered with glass. I didn't even think about how this would affect you. I know why, Xavier. Because we were stupid kids. Your parents had a lousy marriage, and you were dealing with that. And you know my own life. I know. That makes it so much worse. I added to all your pain. You just lost your mom, and your dad had this devastating heartbreak, and I became one more disaster for you to deal with. He shakes his head. I just want you to know how much I regret what happened, Nina. Thank you, Xavier. That really means a lot to me. He looks up with sadness, but also a trace of hope. You forgive me? Of course. And I wasn't perfect either, you know. You weren't? Could have fooled me. He smiles his shy smile, the one he makes when he knows he's flirting but pretends he's not. He's so effortlessly gorgeous. Thank you. But yes, it's true. Remember when you tried to reconcile and I wanted nothing to do with it? You called me for weeks on end, and I never picked up. I just made you keep calling. Once I realized I made a mistake, I would have done anything to fix it. including leaving me voicemail after voicemail. I tell him with a little snicker. You know, I had my settings for your calls to not have notifications, so I never even knew you'd been calling. That whole time, I was so worried I might have been waking you up or interrupting at a bad time. And it's funny that there was no risk of that since it was just going into the ether. He pauses. Did you ever listen to the voicemails? Eventually. That's when I called you back. I thought, I don't want to get back with him, but he does deserve an answer. Although what? If I had to do it over again, I might have given you a different answer. That goes double if I'd had the strength not to let my father influence my decision-making so much. But I don't tell Xavier that part. It would break his heart all over again to know that Frank was the one who pushed me over the edge. I could have been less stubborn too. You were probably used to just bottling things up and leaving, growing up in the household you did. I never stopped to think about the kind of home you were coming from. I never realized it wasn't something personal. I never even thought about it that way before, Nina. You're intuitive, he says in a husky voice. Our heads are so close together. I want to just kiss him. I almost do. I can see the tentative motion of his lips that he wants his lips on mine too, especially in the candlelight. It's like we're pulled without any resistance. I quickly move my head back, realizing what I'm doing, but my eyes are still locked onto his. His blue eyes are huge, and I can't look away from his long lashes and strong jaw. I don't know, I double majored in psychology. I added it as a major after you left. I really wanted to know what made people do crazy things. You majored in psych to try to study me? I'm so flattered. I roll my eyes and giggle. You'd need a special graduate-level seminar to delve into everything that's wrong with you. I stick my tongue out, and he laughs. Kidding, kidding. More questions like, why do some people crack due to trauma and others don't? I prefer to feel it all, he says. Me too. I can't imagine anything else. When my mother died, grief felt like a real person who lived with me for a year, taking up residence in my body. In a terrible way, it kept me company during my lowest moments. Without Daddy there for me, helping guide the way, I don't know what I would have done. He was adamant that Xavier would only hurt me. I had so many conversations with him about the breakup, and so many discussions about all the reasons I shouldn't believe his apologies. Renee did the exact same thing to me, 100 times. My dad would tell me. We'd fight and she'd leave. Then she'd want me back, saying it was a mistake. Until she packed up and left for good with all her stuff. Just like that. If I hadn't taken her back all those times, she wouldn't have stabbed a knife in my chest. I gave her that opportunity. To honor Daddy, there was no way I could get back together with Xavier. Daddy advised me to delete the voicemails Xavier left without playing them. I just couldn't imagine destroying it all with a button without even listening. At the time, I'd hit edit on the phone and put check marks on all of the voicemails in a row, then hovered my little finger above the trash can icon, ready to push down and clear them. But I couldn't. I still have them saved somewhere. The summer after the breakup, I finally listened to all of them late one Saturday night. I cried my eyes out until dawn, then I finally got to sleep in the morning. Once I do that, I'll be over him, I told myself. I listened to the voicemails, but I never did get over him. I still remember a few of them. Hey, Nina, baby. It's Sunday night, the time of day when we'd normally be studying. Well, you'd be studying. And we'd get nachos from the diner, and nothing's the same without you. I got some nachos just so I could remember, but I could barely eat them. I love you. I hope one day you can forgive me, even if I don't deserve it. Then there were the love letters and apologies he'd email me. I stuck those in a hidden folder too, until I got the courage to read them. So many times, I thought of calling him or texting. But then I'd think of my father's sweet face and his glasses pushed up to his graying hair while reading a law review article. I'm his world, I think. He taught me right, and he thinks this is a bad idea. But as much as I love my dad, fathers don't always know everything. Xavier and my father shared such a close bond that I wouldn't be surprised if Xavier still sees my dad as a father figure. All of his law clerks and former associates view him as a mentor, and all my friends too. Anyway, let's figure out some words to learn. Words? Spanish. Oh, right. Let's make a list. Especially for when you have to tell todas las señoritas que estás loco, mi amigo. Well, loco, I know. Obviously. We're both grinning. And, hey, Xavier. At least this time you're learning. Spanish? Yes, I've learned from the best, obviously. Mejor de la mejor. Well, yes, there's that. But you told me you'll be going to Spain in a month and a half. And you're staying in one place before taking off to Spain. That's a lesson, right? I might be the one who leaves first. But she might keep you here forever. Just keep changing it again and again. Like how they paint the Golden Gate Bridge again, right when they finish. Could be. I can think of worse places to be. I'd obviously have to come back then. I don't think anyone in Spain can teach me Spanish as well as you. Oh, you'll be immersed in it there. I know, but they won't be as fun or as beautiful. Our chairs in the dark corner outside have moved gradually closer, and I can feel the electricity of his body just inches away from me. I look into his perfect blue eyes, golden light reflecting in them from the light surrounding us, and I move even closer. My face is suddenly touching his. His mouth yields to mine, and his hand clutches my shoulder. I touch his thigh outside of his pants and run my hands upward, feeling his muscles tense in response. His hand moves to my hair, his fingers tugging slightly. His lips are warm and engulfing, and I sink into him. We part our mouths, drinking each other's breath, exploring each other once again, rediscovering the familiar territory we never quite forgot. And slowly we move away, both breathless and grinning, before remembering that this should absolutely not be happening. We quickly look around to make sure no one saw, and everyone in the main dining room is off doing their own thing. We pop our heads inside, leave a cash tip for the servers, and head up the stairs. We give each other an awkward hug. Good night, a little further than we usually might. Thanks for tonight, I say. You too, Xavier. See you soon. All my certainty about anything just went out the window. If I had the chance to get him back, would I take it? If my dad didn't intervene, would I still be with him? At this rate, it might be better if he left early for Spain. Odds are almost certain that I'm going to fall for him again, and the drop will be harder than from the Golden Gate Bridge.
Chapter 13. Xavier. Oh my God, that kiss! It's all I can think of the whole day, playing in my mind like a sports reel until it's time for our next lesson. I've been practicing my Spanish words to distract myself, but it's not helping. It just reminds me of Nina's mouth saying those same words, and that of course makes me think of the kiss. Unbelievable. Magnificent. I want more, although I shouldn't. That was more than enough to quench my thirst. Oh, who am I kidding? Not myself, that's for sure. Creo que mi español está, better. I type the words better into my translation app and get the word I need. Creo que mi español está mejorando, I proclaimed to the wallpaper as I walked down the hall toward the stairs, heading to my lesson with Nina. Literally, I think my Spanish is getting better. Well, of course it is. Nina has been teaching me for the last several days, and since all I can think about is her, it's had the added effect of making me a disciplined Spanish student. The day before the kiss, as we had a lesson not at mealtime, but in my room. Our knees were touching, and her curves felt glorious, so close to my body. I'd see my bed and picture her on it. God, I want her. I wanted her before the kiss, but now my desire is raging. I felt our sparks even stronger than the first time around. I had wild dreams about her all night, and now I've been having unspeakable thoughts about her since I woke up today. As I walk down the stairs to Café de Mélodie, I realize I don't know the word for stairs. Again, the app. I pause against the banister to look. Escaleras. Las escaleras son muy viejas. The stairs are very old. I think they are, at least. They are old enough to creak as I begin to walk down them. I straighten myself up before I get to the ground floor, since it will be the first time seeing her after the kiss. I hope it doesn't do anything to stifle the closeness we have that's re-emerging between us. It's only been about a week since Nina started helping me revisit my high school Spanish. I wish now that I'd paid more attention then. Although actually, if I had, I might know enough not to need Nina's help. For once, being a slacker pays off. I like cracking on myself about how I'm hopeless at it, but with the amount of TikTok videos, Duolingo sessions, and sports games I'm watching in Espanol, I think I really am getting better. Although my ego has been known to overstep its bounds at times, the biggest reason I feel confident that I'm probably improving? I know my iron will when it comes to not letting my gorgeous teacher down. When she smiles at my pronunciation, especially when she's proud, but also even at my mistakes, it makes my day. I've come across all kinds of cultural things I hadn't been aware of before Nina started giving me lessons. My favorite has been the lo-fi videos taken of old grandmas throwing their sandals or chanclas at misbehaving kids. It's more a phenomenon in the Americans than in España, but it's still Spanish. Those grandmas are crack shots with their flip-flops. I resolved never to let Maman D see the videos. I don't need her throwing her Christian Louboutins, which she'll tell you the designer gave her personally. Nina's been busy sketching and sourcing things for my godmother and brainstorming with her during the day. During meals or breaks, we sit together and do at least 2 new verb tenses. It's like taking a trip to another place entirely while staying here in Pine Ridge. Yo como, tu comes. I turn at the bottom of the stairs and head toward the restaurant, saying the words to myself. I eat, you eat. Nosotros comemos, we eat. Nina has charts showing the most common Spanish words used for football moves in Spain, and together we called a classic game between Real Madrid and Barcelona, only with the volume down. Goal! I shouted, causing the table next to us to look over in alarm. Sorry. That one translates across all languages and cultures, Nina said, shaking her head. It's not just Andres Cantor. Yeah, there's also Hafid Daraji. You should hear the way he yells, Goal! Who? He's a treasure. He was the highest paid sports announcer in the world. I'm not sure if he still is. Basically, the poet laureate of soccer in the Arab world. He's Algerian, like Zidane. I'm learning new things every day from you, Xavier. Not just one way. I didn't know whether to be more impressed that she knew how the Spanish Football League announcers called goals, or that she knew the famous and much imitated Argentinian announcer's name. I spot Nina in the cafe at one of the tables near a big wall of windows. Somehow, she looks more beautiful than when I first met her 13 years ago. I can't believe it's been so long, or that it's been 11 years since the breakup. You'd think I'd have gotten over her by now, but somehow I'm not. And Maman is staring out from the bar. I find she's in the cafe far more than during a usual week, and I nod at my reconnaissance tale. Maman might be an obvious spy, but I can spy on her too. I know her angle. And I know she's been passing on what she's seeing to my mom and dad, both of whom she's still close to. I got a phone call from my mother today. In the evening, just before coming down, it was my dad. We kiss each other on the cheek hello, and Nina is smiling with almost a silent giggle, and I'm relieved that the kiss didn't make the magic disappear. She looks stunning in a black cotton dress that looks worthy of the red carpet by the way it hugs her curves. How's your day been, Nina? You look beautiful. She looks down shyly. Thank you. It's been really good. And actually, something funny happened. With Madame? You're kidding. No, actually, it wasn't Madame. It was your real Maman. I think at least Céline Lambert? Yes, that's her name, I say skeptically. What about her? She started following my Instagram. Do you think she knows I'm here at Laameon? She looks over at Maman D and answers her own question. Ah, of course. Your mom knows. Everyone in half the country probably knows by now. And half the rest of the world, too. Yeah. I talked with them both today. It was hilarious, actually. Obviously, Madame had told them something, but they were sniffing around all casually. Like, "So, Xavier, how are things? Are you excited about Spain?" And I'd say, "Oh yeah, I'm studying a lot for it." And you could tell my mom was dying to ask, and tell me about this tutor I've been hearing about. Did you bite it all? Yeah, eventually, but not before stringing her along first. Dad, too. Oh, how are you studying? Just the usual ways. Books. Apps. Anything else happening? And I acted like I had no idea what they were talking about. That I was really bad. Ha! How? I'd go, "Oh, actually," and have a long pause, then something like, "I'm getting into meditation. I do it while I'm chopping wood." You can hear the disappointment in their voices, but yes, I did admit you were here. And did they ask about me? No, you're the one asking questions. I pretend to think, positioning my hand on my chin. Yes. They asked if we were together. She looks down a little, but I can't tell how much of it is shyness and how much is flirtation. And what did you say? Her eyes are serious when she looks up to speak. I said we're friends and it's good to be back in each other's lives. And that you and Madame are doing incredible work on the renovations. And I just talked about that. How was your work today? I want to ask her about Frank, but I don't want to risk the reception being cooler than that of my own parents, as I know it likely would be. I wonder how he's reacting to the news that I'm here. Great, as always. In a place like this, it's like a candy store. I'm not usually as collaborative creatively, but with Madame and with this place, it's impossible not to be. I imagine it's different from most jobs. You're completely immersed in it. I wouldn't want it any other way for this project. Your godmother's got so much love for this place and such deep knowledge. I really want her to be happy with the work. Because I love this place now, too. I love watching the two of them get closer. I admit there's a pang of envy when my godmother can spontaneously grab Nina and pull her into a bear hug without a second thought. I miss having Nina in my arms. I'm aching to hold her. I'm aching to do a lot of other things with her. Which again brings me back to that kiss. I like that you appreciate Madame's eccentricities, I say to Nina. Are you kidding? She's a cakewalk. Nina proceeds to tell me horror stories about clients during a rare early morning coffee. I listened with rapt attention, forgetting all about Spanish and living vicariously through her awful clientele. They gotta be around her. She sprinkles little Spanish words in so that we're still technically doing a lesson. We've gone over to see furniture, design, vision, and creativity so far tonight. So many times when we're leaning close over a screen or grammar lesson, I'll feel the familiar need to reach out and touch her beautiful skin, to tangle my fingers in her hair. And now that I've kissed her again, I keep telling myself I'm content with just the once. But God, what I would give to be able to kiss her every day of my life. I keep reminding myself to enjoy Nina in the present, not reminisce about the past, or speculate about the future. I'm with her right here, right now. And the clock is ticking. In a little more than a month, I have to leave her again for Spain. If I could, I would hang on to this time forever, keeping Laameon at this moment in a snow globe, and I would never leave. Every time I contemplate what I'll do about Nina, I tell myself it's too soon to think about. But time is passing quickly. It was only a little more than 2 weeks ago that I looked her up online for my godmother, but it's like we fit the last 11 years into each day. And about 2 days later, like a miracle, she was here. Now I'm a week into Spanish tutoring from the best teacher I've ever had, and the sexiest girl I've ever met, and the funniest, also the best kisser, as I was reminded last night.
Chapter 14. Nina. Madame and I are in one of her rooms that she calls her secret shame, and Paco is beyond content sitting in Madame's lap. Honte secrète, she says. I've learned more French from her than I ever did in school, and I've definitely gotten an education in curse words. According to her, this is one of the rooms that she thinks of like a junk drawer. As La Maison became more popular, she needed more rooms for putting people up, so she threw together what she could and thought she'd do something more cohesive later. Now is later. To solve that problem, we've established a base palette in every room even before we customize it, to fit the themes of the different wings in the different buildings. Now we're just determining the final selections. I like the maple or oak for the basic furnishings in each room, I tell Madame. Do you have a preference? I put it entirely in your hands, Nina. You have exquisite taste. The rooms we've done already have been more proof of concept tests. Fortunately, they passed with flying colors. So now it's the nerve-wracking choice of what exactly to buy in bulk. On the entire grounds, there are almost 100 rooms. That's a lot of furniture to send back if we get it wrong. When I took the job on, Madame might have forgotten just how huge the inn had become. It grew from a little inn to a massive resort without her even noticing. That seems like a very Madame thing to do. To lose track of how large her world has become because it feels so cozy. It used to have fewer buildings, and not all of the rooms of the main estate were open to the public. Over the years, as her staff grew, she couldn't bring herself to turn people away, and they just got folded into guest accommodations. We know what happens when there's no room at the inn, Nina, she tells me as she goes over the story of how she got to this point. Women give birth in barns? She laughs, and I continue going over furniture choices with her. Everything, though, reminds me of that kiss with Xavier. Even talking about fabric colors. And we can have a neutral headboard as a default and order custom ones for rooms that need it. Any preferences for neutral tones? Oatmeal, almond, light blue. I think light blue, Madame says. You're so strategic. That's why I haven't done anything with the place in the 20 years since I took over the B&B. I would start, and then I would drown in so many choices I wouldn't know what to do. Madame is without a doubt the best client I've ever had, and maybe the best employer. I could see myself being an in-house designer for the B&B. There will always be a need for it. For the first time, I can see a life for myself outside of a big city. I didn't ever imagine I would like a rural environment, especially because the sort of work I wanted to do seemed feasible to me only in a place like New York or Chicago. But there are so many vacation homes in this region: Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, even Idaho. And I could specialize in that sort of decor. I could learn to ride horses, ski, and mountain climb. Every day when I walk down the stairs of this incredible mansion, I can't believe I get to even stay in a place like this, much less get paid for it. Every room speaks to a storied history. Every meal tastes 5-star, and even the little extras, like hiking in untouched nature or taking Madame's Wednesday night cooking class, are once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. I learned how to make a quiche. Just as important, every day when I see Xavier, I can't believe he's in my life again. The only downside is that I've been talking to my dad a little less often, and I feel guilty for seeming a little distant. Xavier is on my mind so much that I know how easily I might slip up and mention him on the phone. Madame and I have the same scheduling preferences, so we start early in the morning and we end in the early afternoons, which makes me feel like I have an entire day to explore. I get in a hike most days, and I love striking up conversations with people I'd rarely meet otherwise. A family from Brazil was here, and we wound up going on the same loop up the mountain trail. The father wore a little baby on his back, and I imagined what Xavier would look like if we had a child. Nina, are you crazy? We've had one amazing kiss. I'm still debating with myself whether it was a good decision. Being here, I can actually imagine myself settling down, and every time I picture it, It's with Xavier, especially when we have our Spanish sessions. They're getting more comfortable. He tells me about his day doing something around Laameon, or the contract he's currently completing, and I tell him about the renovations. Inevitably, we reminisce about the past. This evening, we're having dinner around 6 out on the terrace, the same spot where that amazing moment happened the other day. We're keeping a safe distance, but it's close enough to know how attracted to him I still am. I walk into the cafe for our lesson today, and Xavier is in a charcoal gray Lacoste polo and khakis that accentuate his body. He's the picture of smart casual. His arms peek out of his polo, and I remember the way I used to hang on to them, comforted by how strong they were. Hola, mi amiga. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Bien, ¿y tú? We can almost carry on an actual conversation in Spanish. Some of my phrases in Duolingo today were so ridiculous. The dog calls his mother on the phone. I mean, maybe that will come in handy. The dogs in Spain could be very advanced. I ordered the quiche and tomato bisque, knowing that even if I followed Madam's recipe to the letter, mine could never be as good. Xavier has the steak au poivre. In the dusky light, with lanterns lighting the outdoor deck, we have a view of the mountains at golden hour. Having Xavier with me, and watching him legitimately improve by leaps and bounds since we've started, makes it perfect. We're moving to some of the more advanced grammar and verbs. And since he's such a good student, he's studying a list of 20 new words per day, not just 10. He's a much better student than I gave him credit for, although some of it could be the seriousness that comes with age. We finish our meal, but we linger, not wanting to leave the place where the imprint of the kiss still lingers. We go over a few more Spanish words. Once the sun has nearly set, we make our way inside. This is one of the best lessons we've had yet, I tell Xavier as he walks me to my door. I agree. It's getting easier. Thank you, Nina. We stare for a second too long, and I rush into my room because if I don't, I know I'll invite him in. When I get into the shower, I'm agonizing over whether I did the right thing by not asking him. I get in my robe and turn on some sitcom. Every show winds up being about me and Xavier somehow. Then my phone rings. Dad overtakes the screen. Do I answer? Maybe I should wait until tomorrow. I don't want to leave my Xavier bubble quite yet, but it's the longest I've gone without talking to him in years, maybe. Hi, Daddy. Hi, sweetheart. How are you doing? Things are great. Everything here is so incredible. I'm sorry I didn't call you back. I've been so busy with work. And when I'm not working, I'm out enjoying the amenities. The mountain air is incredible. Whenever you talk about it, it sounds amazing. The food, the scenery, the outdoor activities, the people. This madame sounds like a character. Oh, she is. I've never met anyone like her. She has a story for everything. For all she's seen, I'd swear she must be 300 years old. And a witch. I mean, if anyone were a witch, it would be her. Maybe throw her into the water, see if she floats. Isn't that how you do it? Next time we're in the pool swimming together. You swim with your boss? She's more like a grandmother to me than a boss, or maybe more like an aunt or older sister, or a godmother. Oh my God, Nina, you're getting too close to mentioning Xavier. Well, you've inspired me, Nina. The way you describe it, it just sounds like the type of place I have to see. I need a trip. Maybe I could finally write my memoirs. You've inspired me, you know. I need more time in the outdoors. Really, Dad? That's amazing. My dad always said that work was his vacation when I was a kid. So, I'm proud of him for taking some time out for himself for a change. It's loud there, Dad. I can't hear you. Is there an echo? Where are you? I just got to the airport. I'm flying into Denver. I figure I'll stay overnight there, then head out to Pine Ridge tomorrow. How does that sound? Terrifying, overwhelming, like a nightmare scenario. That sounds incredible, Dad. I'm doing my best to sound elated. The anxiety probably sounds like joy. The silver lining of his being at a noisy airport is that he can't actually hear the panic in my voice. Good. I wasn't sure if you wanted me to come. I wanted to make it a surprise. Are you surprised? Oh, yes, very. Well, keep me posted, okay? Down to the minute, Dad. Absolutely. I'm going to board soon. Love you, Mija. Love you too. I just saw Xavier half an hour ago, but I have to go to his room right away. My dad cannot find out about us.
Chapter 15. Xavier. There's a knock at the door. That's okay. I don't need housekeeping. Thank you. The knock persists, so I get up from the reading chair to see what it is that whoever it is at the door wants. Maybe it's Maman with some new gossip about my parents. Maybe it's someone here to deliver the clue about Nina that I so desperately need. I swing open the door, fully prepared to dish out some grade A passive aggression. Nina! Hey, what's up? I'm sure she can read the confusion on my face. The distress on her face is much louder. It seems more serious than something she forgot to take with her at our session a half hour ago, or a word she meant to teach me that she just remembered. Hi, Xavier. She sounds deflated compared to her natural buoyant self. Her brows are slanted downward in defeat. Is everything all right? Can I come in? She asks in a quiet tone of voice that in itself tells me that everything is not remotely all right at all. Of course you can come in, I say as I prop open the door for her to follow inside. Sit down. Even though I know it's about a serious topic, I feel my insides quiver at the thought of her being in my room. I quickly tamp it down, focusing on whatever's upsetting her. She fiddles nervously with a strand of her wavy dark hair, making the aqua tips spray like a fountain. She looks down as she walks inside. I usher her to the sofa, and she crumples into it. I clear the Spanish-language newspapers I was reading and make a show of tidying up, although I'm sure she's not noticing. She sits in a daze. Thanks. Do you want anything to drink? I have all sorts of... Water would be great. She forces a small smile. She's still playing with her hair and shifting in her seat, looking down at her knees. She can't seem to sit still. I bring Nina a bottle of water from the fridge. She sips at it cautiously as I join her on the couch, positioning myself toward her to fully hear everything she needs to say. Nina doesn't usually let things get to her like this, so I can't imagine what's weighing on her. So what's wrong, Nina? Everything seemed fine just a little while ago. It's my dad. He just called me, she explains, not looking directly at me. Is it bad? Did something happen to him? I know he's been a source of stress for her lately. It feels odd to half hope that someone has thrown out his back, but it's only because that's a much better scenario than the possibilities playing in my head. I can't imagine how devastated she'd be if something happened to Frank. It's worse than bad. He's at the airport. Oh, which airport? JFK. He's about to board a flight and make his way here. He's coming to Pine Ridge. He'll be here at the hotel tomorrow. She starts wiping away tears. Okay, that's not the worst thing, right? She holds her face in her hands. The thing is, I lied to him. I said you weren't here. He remembered it was your hometown. I'm so sorry I didn't tell you earlier that I told my dad that we haven't seen each other. Keeping that from him has been bothering me a lot. I get her a tissue and she wipes her cheeks dry, then her nose. I take it from her and throw it into the trash beside me. It's disappointing to hear that Frank still hasn't softened toward me over the years, but I can't say I blame him. So, what does this mean? I ask her, touching her hand. I don't know. I don't know if I'm more upset by her despair, or by the fact that she felt it necessary to lie to him about seeing me. Although my disappointment is minor. I'm concerned about her right now, as much as I once adored Frank, and maybe still do. Frank told me just a few weeks after I met Nina that he was like the son he never had. He visited the campus a lot, and my parents lived far away, so he was like my surrogate dad. especially because my parents were so distant. He took me fishing for the first time in my life, and we'd go once every few weekends. Sometimes with Nina, sometimes alone. He had even invited me to a couple of Yankees games throughout the season. I don't even want to even think about how much those tickets cost. His mentorship even made me contemplate becoming a lawyer. His advice against it was the deciding factor in never applying. Honestly, my relationship with Frank was so much closer than I could imagine having with my own father. My dad tries harder now. In the last few years, he's mellowed and attempted more regularly to be an actual father to me. But with Frank, it was an instant, effortless bond. I didn't have to try so hard to gain his approval. He just seemed to like me for who I was. It's a reminder that my decisions back then killed two of the most important relationships I've ever had. Not just one. If you just explained to him that you were tutoring me and there wasn't anything between us, at least not at first, he would understand. Nina shakes her head. No, I don't think so. Especially now that I've lied about it. You know how my dad feels about being lied to. All too well. I have to find a way to make this right somehow. Nina can't start dreading her favorite person in the world. Once he gets here, I could apologize to him for how I treated both of you, to start with. Then we could go from there. Nina shakes her head again, then cradles it in her hands. I think the best thing would be to stick with the idea that we haven't spoken. Maybe we could even say that you didn't know I was around at all, and I only knew it because he told me. Maybe, I say as I shift uneasily on the couch. I don't know how much I like the idea of stacking lies on top of each other. It's too easy for it all to blow up in our faces. I think it can be done, she says, more enthusiastically this time. Since we have an idea of when he's coming, maybe we can time it to where it looks like you're checking into Laameon at the same time he is. Maybe, I concede. But that means at least letting my godmother in on it, and probably most of the staff, since they all know me, and most of them know you. That's easy enough, Nina says as she waves away my concern with her hand. Madame Dubois will play along if we explain the situation to her, and her staff will follow their fearless leader without hesitation. I nod my head and stand up, pacing back and forth in front of the couch. I'm still uneasy about going along with lying to Frank. I think it would make more sense to just come clean and accept the consequences, rather than risk something worse by sneaking around. But who am I kidding? Nina can talk me into anything, and she probably knows that. And as for her father, no one knows him better than her. That settles it then. She stands up, putting her hands on my shoulders to stop me from pacing. We have a story to stick to, and you're okay with trying things this way? No, I laugh and wrap her up in a hug. But for you, I'll do it. I'll do anything if you're the one who's asking. She pulls away from me an arm's length. Anything? She stares deeply into my eyes, and I recognize that look from the other night. But it's even more intense. Desire. Lust. Need. Anything. I pull her close again and gently hold her chin between my thumb and forefinger. I lean in close and kiss her. I've wanted to be with her for so long. I pour all of my longing for her into our kiss, and I hold her tightly as she seduces me with her tongue and lips. When I let her go, she smiles at me suggestively, and I return her smoldering gaze. It's like we haven't spent any time apart. The desire between us is kinetic. It has all the hairs on my body standing on end. Nina comes closer, wrapping her arms around me, and she kisses me back. It's a wilder kiss, and it makes my stomach burn. I'm hungry to taste it again. Then I have something to ask of you, she says, grabbing my hand and leading me toward the suite's bedroom. She can still read my mind just as well as she used to. That hasn't changed at all.
Chapter 16. Nina. Never have I wanted something so much and been scared for it all at the same time. My attraction to Xavier has never gone away. It's not just the dirty blonde hair, And that soccer player build, it's his confidence, his command of a room, his charisma. He hasn't forgotten his way around my body. He knows exactly where to touch me, how to kiss, and when to bite. He hasn't missed a step. And now he's doing that thing where he curls my hair around his fingers and gives a gentle pull. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from vixavonromance.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. We lie in his bed, his arm wrapped around me and acting as a pillow for my head. The passion, the intimacy, the almost telepathic communication between us has never left. It feels like the world and time itself slows its rotation for us. But my thoughts begin to gnaw away at me as the pleasure recedes. I wonder if I should bring up his leaving for Spain in a month and a half. I don't want reality to come crashing down quite yet. But I also don't want to be led on again. Xavier seems to recognize the hurt he caused, but that doesn't mean it won't happen again. I missed you, he says. I missed you too. I look up at him and smile earnestly. The talk about Spain can wait. There's no use in getting into it now. Besides, there are other obstacles coming up sooner. Do we have a chance in hell to keep our reconnection from my dad? Will he believe that Xavier is just checking in? I can't keep my thoughts straight. I can feel myself growing tired. It's no use fighting. I nod off to sleep with these fears running through my head. They are kept at bay by Xavier, cradling me in his arms.
Chapter 17, Xavier. If he shows up early, Xavier, I'll take him to lunch or something. You just make sure you're ready to fake check-in at 3 o'clock. That was the last thing Nina said to me this morning before leaving my suite. With her naked in my arms, I felt complete. It was difficult to watch her put her clothes back on and leave, especially knowing that once her dad gets here, everything could change. This brief period where it feels like it used to might be gone forever. I'm still apprehensive about the idea of lying to Frank, but I said I would for Nina. So here I am, standing by the check-in desk in the afternoon after more than a month of being perfectly well settled. More than I am at home, even. Madame's raised eyebrows say everything I need to know. She's still on board with the plan, and somehow the key staff members across all 174 acres of La Maison de la Rose des Montagnes are briefed on the plan. I don't know what Madame offered them to get them to comply, although I wouldn't be surprised if all she did was ask. She has a way of charming people with a smile, like some of the other women in my life. I check my watch, and it's just about showtime. Madame stands just behind the counter to watch the scene play out. God bless her. I'm not sure if it's to give a show of support or because she needs a laugh. I'd like a room for the foreseeable future, please, I say to Henri, a member of the hotel staff whose help I'll be enlisting. He's a bellhop sometimes, but he's also a member of the team with access to the computers and reservations. Of course, anything for the godson of Madame Dubois, he assures me. Henri, who I've known for years, goes through the charade of giving me pages of paperwork and issuing a new room key. I say my thanks and turn to walk away. I can tell by the raucous laughter of a rich bass voice complemented by a sweeter, higher-pitched one that it's Nina and Frank coming in just as I'm finishing up. We couldn't have timed it better if we'd tried. I casually walk toward the elevators since I have my luggage, moving more slowly than I think I ever have, just so I can seem appropriately shocked when I turn my head. My jaw drops dramatically and I see Nina's knowing smile. I put on my best shocked expression. Nina Alders! And oh my God, Frank! You haven't aged at all! I'm probably laying it on a bit too thick. I'll calibrate as needed. For a moment, Frank looks almost happy to see me, as if he's jumped into a memory of me and Nina at the beginning of our relationship, rather than the end. Very quickly, his present-day consciousness seems to catch up. Frank nods sternly, keeping his hands gripped around his luggage. Hello, Xavier. Xavier Moreau? In person? Nina's even more convincing than I am. God, it's been forever. How are you? Even with her nerves, she's on autopilot. She's effortlessly bubbly. She laughs and approaches me with friendliness while still keeping a practiced distance. Don't think about how you kissed her. Or maybe I should. It will make me act more nervous. I'm doing well. It's so good to see you, Nina. And Frank, you too. How long has it been? God, at least 10 years, I think. 11, Frank adds. What are you doing here? Nina asks. I'm just in town for a few weeks before I go to Spain for a few months for work. Thought I'd surprise my godmother and stay for a little bit while I study Spanish. And how about you, Nina? How come you're all the way out in Pine Ridge? I'm helping Madam with a remodel and doing the decor. She didn't say anything about you coming, though. That's so amazing. She didn't say anything because I didn't tell her anything. She was as surprised to see me as you. And you're just getting here, too. Oh, no. I've been here for a few weeks. So you're enjoying the place. And Frank, you came to visit. It's so good to see you. So much. Maman comes over to us and introduces herself to Frank, ushering him toward the check-in desk. Enchanté. You must be Frank. I've heard so much about you from your brilliant daughter. She has been incredible. I think so too. But it means a lot coming from you. My daughter's told me plenty about you as well. All good things, I hope. And Frank, have you met my godson Xavier Moreau? I can't believe he surprised me like this. I know from you, Nina, that you knew Xavier a long time ago. Frank stiffens. I have. Oh, good. Well, now that everyone's acquainted, let's check you in, Mr. Alders. It's hard to tell what Frank really thinks. I'm worried he suspects something. He's looking at me with daggers, but that could just be my presence. Not an indication that he has any suspicions about it. We used to be so close. I held out some hope before seeing him that there might be some vestige of our old familiarity left, but our current reintroduction confirms that any goodwill he once had for me is gone. No matter what, if I have even a small chance with Nina, not even Frank will make me let her go if she'll have me. The tension is palpable. He's used to sussing out a lie in the course of his two callings in life, being a lawyer and being a dad. Well, maybe if the two of you are free over the next few days, we can get together for dinner and all catch up, I suggest. Nina's face and Frank's clenched jaw tell me it was not the right thing to say. We'll have to see if we have time, Nina answers. Frank shoots her a doubtful look. Nina, let's finish checking in. I want to rest. I'd better get to my room, too. It was good seeing you both. Hopefully I'll see you again soon if the stars align. I go upstairs for a safe amount of time until I'm sure Frank is all checked in, and then I descend down the staircase to drink away my sorrows. For every problem, there's alcohol. Thank God the bar is empty. I take a seat, and Vincent the bartender comes up to me. What can I get for you, Xavier? Makers and Coke, please. I rub my eyes to relieve the stress from earlier. While my eyes are covered, I can pick up a slight commotion behind the bar. When I look back up, Maman D is sliding a drink into my open hand. Thought you might want straight makers first, she says. Thanks. I down the drink in one go and slide the empty glass back to her. I'm going to need another. Already prepared? Vincent? The bartender slides over the amber liquid. So, talk to me, mon fiel. I saw that out there. What are you feeling? Defeated. Frank shuts down any conversation before it even starts. He doesn't want to hear anything, so I don't even have a chance to win him over again. Or to apologize. Yes, I've met types like that. I've even made the mistake of being that type. But if he's someone worth knowing, he'll see that you're worth giving a second chance. A woman I once knew... Did she have red hair by chance, Maman? No. At the time it was platinum blonde. That was the style during the Nouvelle Vague. Anyway, her friend, a director, was on the fence about an actress. Also platinum blonde. She gathers her fingers to clutch the hair on the back of her head. But in a ponytail. He wasn't sure she could be a leading lady. Didn't like her at first. And this friend, she convinced him to give this actress a second chance. And they changed cinema forever. So, I need a friend to convince him I'm Catherine Deneuve. You need to give Frank enough room to give you another look on his own terms, not yours. You can't rush it. If it's an honest chance, then maybe he'll change his mind. You have a beautiful heart, mon fils. He will see that. Just be patient. That will work better than scheming. Another drink. You're right, Maman. As usual. He won't give me a chance. He won't even give me an inch. He's not a stupid man from what I hear. I think he's just biding his time to see if anything strange is happening, to make sure that everything is above board. She looks at me deliberately. You think he knows I didn't just get here, and we're spending time together? Maybe. Who knows specifics, but you can sense it when something is off. And you too? She rolls her eyes and laughs. You, Xavier, you're a good sport. But she should know her father well enough to know it will never work. It reminds me of another story. I think I get the gist of it. She shrugs. A toi, mon cher. But nothing stinks in the morning like a lie, not even old socks. Maybe weak old camembert that's fallen behind the divan. But that's for another day. I stare into my glass for some time, watching the ice cube slide around from side to side. The light dances on the remaining maker's mark. I sigh and down the remainder of the glass. Thanks for the drinks, ma belle Moraine, I say to my beautiful godmother. Thank you for the company, mon amour. You're a good boy, and an even better man. I think Frank will see. But if I can do anything to speed it up, I'll try to find a way. But know this. If I do it, there will be no ruses or stratagems. And I bet you, my Dega upstairs, that my plan will work before yours. I know. You'll keep your dancers right where they belong on your wall, Maman. She has a Degas, an actual Degas. I've known her my whole life, and Madame still surprises me.
Chapter 18. Nina. Nina, why don't you help me get settled in, and then we can give me a tour of this beautiful place. I'd love to see where you work. And where is my favorite little puppy in the world? He's upstairs, eager for you to see him. I grab his rolling suitcase while he grabs a duffel bag. We can stop and pick him up right after we drop off your things. We arrive at his room, one of my favorites of all the ones we've designed. It's a suite based on Tuareg art of North Africa, with Berber carpets from Morocco, paintings of Bedouin markets, and silver lamps and teak chests from Tunisia. My father drops his duffel bag upon entering and admires it all. You did this? He asks, dumbfounded. Just a little something I was working on the last few weeks. Do you like it? I try to sound humble, but I'm incredibly proud of it. Honey, I love it. It's fantastic. I'm so proud of you. Dad is always good about complimenting me, and I'll never get tired of hearing it. I need to write Madame Dubois a thank you card for all this design work, keeping the conversation away from Xavier. Give me a minute to change, and then we'll take a walk and get dinner at the restaurant, unless it's going to be expensive. I shake my head. Dad, I eat for free, and you're with me. You don't have to worry about a thing. At the word free, he appears even more excited than before and rushes to the bathroom to change. He has more money than he knows what to do with, but my dad has never met a discount he didn't like or one he didn't want to haggle over further. He returns dressed in a crisp black suit and tie. How do I look? He asks as he presents himself with a wave of his hands. Like you're trying to impress me. Pride in my appearance as a show of pride in my daughter. I don't want your dad showing up looking like he just got done at the processing plant. He squeezes me in a full-force dad hug, kissing my forehead. He lets me go and puts me at arm's length so he can talk to me eye to eye. Before we go, let's talk about the elephant in the room, he says. My eyes dart to the statuette in the corner, and I gesture. Very funny. And to his credit, he does chuckle to himself. But I'm being serious. Is Xavier being around going to bother you? Oh. I barely even thought about him. It should be easy enough to stay away, I think. I don't even sound convinced of this. Are you sure? I don't have to remind you of what he did all those years ago. No, it's fine. It was so long ago that it doesn't bother me at all anymore. I just want to enjoy our time together while you're here. He nods and kisses the top of my head again. I couldn't agree more. Let the tour begin. If anything else you've done is half as good as this, I'm going to be one proud papa. I take him back to the main entrance and then toward the library. I haven't added much to it, except a couple of plants in the corners and some additional paintings in the wall space not occupied by bookshelves. But I know this is going to be his favorite room on the grounds. He loves to read. How many books are in here? Do you know? I shake my head. I don't know for sure. Last I heard it was over 2,000 and growing all the time. Madame Dubois loves books, and she knows her patrons do too. I could spend hours in here. I'm sure you'll get the chance to. Let's keep going. There's so much to see. I know, this place is huge. Bed and breakfast. Yeah, not exactly accurate. He takes one last longing look at the walls of books before we head down the hall to the room where I'm staying, and then to the real main attraction. Paco, my sweetheart. His tail is wagging so fast I think it might fall off. Ah, he is so cute, Nina, and so well behaved. I know, isn't he? He loves it here too. So, Dad, this is one of the first rooms I did. All of the rooms are related to art movements, mainly visual but not all. Can you guess what inspired this one? He takes a look at the black and blue surrounding the room on the walls, the carpet, and the furniture. There's a record player over in the corner and bright lighting, with a subtle bluish cast emanating from the ceiling. Kinda blue? That's when I noticed a Spanish vocabulary book on the end table. I should have cleaned up before he came in. I didn't even think about it. I pray that he doesn't give it any thought. Your favorite Miles Davis record, I reply. His best. This looks wonderful. Do you ever listen to it when you're in here relaxing? It's the most frequent in rotation. I point to a shelf below the record player, where a few records lean. This entire wing is based on jazz and the Harlem Renaissance. One room is inspired by your Jacob Lawrence painting. He grabs the album and looks it over, nodding his head approvingly. He looks up at me with an enormous smile. That's my girl. I want to see all of them while I'm here. He clutches his stomach, and I can hear the grumble. But not right now. You think maybe we should eat? Paco and my dad say a long, affectionate goodbye, and then we make our way downstairs with a few stops along the way, including one more visit to the library. As we wait for the hostess to get the menus, I notice Xavier out of the corner of my eye. He glances up and our eyes meet for a brief second as he slips out of the restaurant. My dad turns to ask me something and I panic. To keep him from noticing Xavier, I brush him past the hostess to a booth. This is my favorite spot, that table over there. I point in the opposite direction of Xavier. Let's eat here. Okay. I see you still have strong preferences. That table it is then. They let me sit where I want. Employee privilege. We sit and place our drink orders with the surprised Giselle. I introduce her to my dad, and as they're talking, I start coming down from my brief freak out. I'd have to say I don't think I'm doing great at pulling the wool over my dad's eyes. He looks beyond me, then back, with concern in his eyes. I know you said it was fine, but are you sure? You're acting a little... I make a confused face. Frazzled. No, not at all. Just excited to have you here. It was so long ago. I don't even think about him anymore. Besides, a lot can change over the years. How do you know he hasn't become a better person? My dad shrugs dismissively. He acts like he's about to say something, but he's interrupted by Giselle, bringing us our drinks and taking our orders. After she walks away, my dad narrows his eyes as if he's trying to read my face. Spanish vocabulary, huh? There are a lot of Spanish artists, Dad. Picasso, Goya, El Greco, Miro, Dali. I just had the French dictionary up in my room, too, although I need that less with Madame here. But I took it from the library. They have a ton of language books. He looks at me, nodding slowly. Still. What are the odds that it would be Spanish? He's not buying it, so I double down further. Dad, you're a lawyer, so maybe you don't appreciate art, but are you seriously saying that artists who literally are considered the greatest in the world don't deserve a more careful look? Especially when I have to call the Prado and the Picasso Museum? I don't want to use my Washington Heights Dominicana mommy Spanglish. Is that all right with you? I'm huffing, impassioned about my nonsense argument. I think I was a little more convincing there. Are you sure you had no idea he was going to be here? I had no clue. Madam didn't even know. You heard her say that today. Why am I lying to Dad? It would be so easy to just tell him everything right now. He seems to loosen up a bit, but cautiously. Well, things happen. It's not like you have control over the guest book or anything. Maybe he'll be out of your hair before you know it. Thanks, Dad, I say with relief. You're right, I think, what you said earlier. Maybe I'm more on edge than even I realize. Maybe more because Xavier is Madame's godson. You know me better than I know myself, so maybe you saw it where I couldn't. That could be. Right on cue, Giselle comes back with our food. This looks so delicious. After dinner, we go back to our own suites to get some downtime, and I spoil Paco a little bit with cuddles and a quick game of tennis ball fetch. That's one of the best things about staying in a hotel that's being renovated. No neighbors to bother with bouncing balls. My head is swirling with everything. My dad, Xavier, the past. It's hard to collect myself. I don't know how long I can keep up the lying. The close calls are going to make my hair prematurely gray if it's not already. I whip out my phone and send Xavier a message. I'm sorry, Xavier. My father is suspicious, I think. I don't want to upset him. We have to end our lessons for now. My heart's not in it. If it weren't for my father, I wouldn't even consider letting him go, even as my student. Instantly, a message shoots back. Can we at least talk about this in person? I know that if I agree to meet him, I'm going to wind up back in his arms. Sure. Room 212. It's a suite we just finished. Meet me in half an hour.
Chapter 19. Xavier. Room 212. I'm here a few minutes before Nina, and I hope no one notices me pacing in the hallway. This whole section is being redone first, though, so no one should be in here. I hear a swishing down the hall, and I'm hoping that's Nina. I doubt her dad would be wandering the halls this late, especially with jet lag, but you never know. Hey, stranger, Nina says, putting her arm on my shoulder. She's in an adorable, sexy bathrobe, pink and floral, made with thin material. I can feel myself hardening just looking at her and imagining everything else. Wow. Just... wow. I'm speechless. Do you have the key? I have every key. The lock beeps and Nina opens the door. I let her in first. Appropriately, this one has a Spanish theme, although I'm not sure which artist exactly. Just that there are bulls and matadors. No cows were harmed in the making of this decor. At least not that I know of. Nina closes the door softly and walks right up to me, pressing her body into mine. I have my statement prepared. Before you say anything, I want to talk about how valuable our lessons are. My speech is cut short by her standing on her tiptoes and kissing me. I grab hold of her and kiss her back intently. I should have led with this argument instead. I take Nina to the bed and lay her down. I hold up one finger. Just one thing first. I take it you haven't told your father about our Spanish lessons. No, she says with a shake of her head. Not yet. I don't know how to approach it. I sigh and sit up on the bed. I understand, but does that mean sneaking around to see each other at all? If you want my help with Spanish, then yes, for the time being. Just until I sort everything out with my father. I get where Nina's coming from, and I respect the relationship she has with Frank, but she's asking a lot. It's one thing to fake a check-in. It's another to sneak around every corner hoping Frank isn't there. So how do we do this? I ask. Why not make this our room? This can be where we meet for Spanish and all our other clandestine affairs. Okay, room 212 is our meeting place. Done. But what about if I run into you in the hallway? What if I run into Frank? I'm sure you're going to run into him occasionally. There's nothing to do about that, but I can text you when he and I are together at least, so you know not to be around us when he and I are together. I'm not convinced this will work. Nina pulls me to her and kisses me again. Let's not worry about that anymore tonight. Why don't you focus on what's underneath my robe? Is it nothing? I open the robe. I love being right. I pull her down on the bed, and her gorgeous naked body feels so raw against me as we pull off my clothes. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vix Vaughn audiobook is available at vixavaughnromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. Whew! So, I forget anything that happened before that. You'll have to refresh me. I kiss her chest, then her cleavage, and then her lips. And I linger for a while. Did we resolve everything, Xavier? She asks me, with bright, sweet eyes like a bunny. Probably, who knows? Does it matter? I just want you. She smiles and kisses me. I think she agrees. We each get dressed and head in our different directions, our hands finally detaching from each other. I walk down the hallway of La Maison de la Rose des Montagnes in a joyous haze. In my postcoital bliss, I have a flash of inspiration. This is why making love is good for the mind. It opens new synapses. Henri. He's a bellhop, but also a fairly high-ranking member of the hospitality staff. He started as a bellhop, but advanced, and he likes hanging on to the role at times to go back to the essentials of running a major resort. He has a unique ability to keep tabs on Frank's whereabouts at all times, so that I can see Nina during the day without looking over my shoulder. The next day I see him at breakfast, since he takes the checkout shift before slipping into his more official duties. Morning, Henry. I was wondering, have you ever gone by Hank? Sometimes my mom called me that. Why do you ask? You just always looked like one to me. Salt of the earth as much as you are dignified. Uh-huh. And what brings you here this morning, Xavier, my friend? I was thinking, I have something I might like your help with. Generous compensation, of course. I slip him 100 and give him a look that says, there's more where that came from. I'm listening. Mr. Francis Alders. Refined. Sophisticated. You've met him? He checked in yesterday? Nina's father, correct? Yes, exactly. I'd like to know where he is at various times when I need the information. Would you be able to help with that? You can enlist whatever help you need as well. I'll cover it. He nods solemnly. Great. I'm so glad this will be beneficial for us both. I place another 100 in his hand. Frank's in the library currently, Henri whispers. Just to keep you apprised. About how long has he been there? Being a former lawyer, Frank has a habit of speed reading, so who knows how long it might actually take him to finish any book. Henri glances at his watch. I'd say a little less than 30 minutes since I saw him there. He's been thumbing through the same book the entire time. Any notion of what book he's reading? I'm hoping it's one I know he likes because he'll take his time with it. Crime and Punishment. One of his favorites. We talked about it when I read the translation in World Literature. He might be with that one for a while. I might be able to meet up with Nina for a quick rendezvous in the middle of the day, if he's occupied with that all morning. Thanks, Henri. No wonder my godmother put so much faith in you. I'll be in touch. Let me know if you see him. At this time of day, Nina is either in Madame's business office looking at a room they're decorating, or taking her lunch. I head to the restaurant and send her a quick text. As I'm making my way down the hall, I hear Nina and Maman D. I just don't like it. I don't want to see it all blow up in your faces. Maman must be talking about lying to Frank. I know, Nina says. My father can be a very loving man, but he can also be a difficult man. He has a strict view of how things should be. When he sees something he doesn't like, it irritates him like a grain of sand in an oyster. But without the pearls. Besides you, of course, ma pelle. I understand your dilemma. I truly do. But don't you think there's a chance that getting caught in a lie will make his opinion of Xavier even worse? That's what Xavier said too. Wise boy. Probably got it from his maman. They both laugh. I understand where my father's coming from. He doesn't want to see me get hurt. I just don't know if the truth would make him feel any differently towards Xavier. Frank seems like a good man. From what you tell me, he's a fair man. He'll give Xavier another chance if you give him a reason to. But lying is going to make it worse. You have to come clean before it's too late. No, not yet at least. I've lied to my dad too many times to back out now. I have to figure out how I'd come clean to begin with. Besides, I don't know what's going to happen when Xavier leaves. Wait, what does she mean by that? I'll only be gone for 2 months. I want Nina in my life forever if she'll give me a shot at it. Although I don't know if I've made that as clear to her as it is to me. Let's be realistic here, madam, Nina continues. We might never see each other again after this. I think I can hear a choking sound in her voice. I wouldn't jeopardize my relationship with my father for something that may be over in a few weeks. Nina, ma fille, everything for Xavier changed the moment you walked into la maison. You know that, yes? Maman D understands me more than anyone in the world, except maybe Nina. I mean, I know Xavier is attracted to me, Nina says, but he's leaving for Spain soon. Maybe I'm just a booty call before his wild Spanish adventure. Leaving for Spain complicates things, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not very much. You're going to have to give Xavier a bit more credit than that, dear. You recognize that he's changed since you knew him last. You have to give your father a chance to see it for himself. Everyone needs a godmother like Maman D. I know, but give yourself some credit while you're at it. You're an adult. You can make your own decisions. Don't you think your father trusts you enough to make the right choices for yourself? And if he doesn't, you should trust yourself. If you're confident, he'll eventually come around.
Chapter 20. Nina. Sneaking around is far from exhilarating. It's hard work. 2 days ago, I had a good talk with Madame Dubois regarding coming clean to my father, but I haven't yet. There's still too much in my head. Dad has been doing some strange things lately. He's changing up his schedule constantly. Yesterday, we made dinner plans at Café des Mélodies for 7, but then, at 12:30 p.m., he called me up and asked if we could also have lunch. He certainly keeps me on my toes. I jump at a knock at the door of my room. Nina, are you in here? Speak of the devil. Dad. Come in. He pushes open the door and gives a big smile. How's your morning going, sweetheart? Paco jumps into his arms, and Dad instantly smiles. Paco always has that effect, even in his sternest moods. He really needs a dog of his own. Going great. I just have to pick a painting for a pop art room. Which of these two do you like better? Here, look. I have a Warhol and a Rauschenberg up on the screen. There's plenty of color in the room I'm doing already, but I'm looking to add more vibrancy. You're the designer, honey. Whatever you pick will be perfect. I just wanted to tell you good morning. I'll talk to you a little bit later. And with that, he closes the door behind him. I shake my head. It's unsettling how invasive he's acting. Normally, he's big on privacy, but I guess the slight chance that Xavier and I have made eye contact since he's been here has my dad concerned. I pick the Rauschenberg, and I text Xavier to wait a few minutes before coming by since my dad just left. A knock comes on the door, and I let Xavier in. He rushes inside and kisses me as he closes the door. "Busy day?" he asks. He lays the book he's holding, How to Win Friends and Influence People, on the coffee table as we sit down on the sofa together. He kisses the top of my head, and I lie on his chest. We exhale at the same time, then both laugh at ourselves. He grabs me and pulls me close, and he kisses me with such passion that I can feel the heat coming from him. We fall back onto the couch together. "Yeah, busy day, and it's barely started. Thanks for coming by. Frank's keeping me on my toes." Xavier's face falls. "What sorts of things?" "Like random spot checks to see if I'm where I say I am, and shifting his schedule around last minute. I'm starting to feel like maybe it's his way of seeing if we'll crack," Xavier offers with a shrug. I nod. "Maybe we're too obvious about avoiding each other. Maybe I'm too quick to say your being here doesn't bother me. Would I be acting this way if we really weren't seeing each other? I mean, you know what I—" There's a knock at the door. Paco barks, then runs up excitedly. "Damn it," I whisper. "I'm sure that's my dad. Hide." Xavier hops up off the couch where we've been lying together, spooning, and helps me up as well. He fluffs the seat cushions a bit to make sure it doesn't look like we have been lying there. Thank God we didn't get a chance to take off our clothes. Nina, are you busy?" "Yep. That's my dad, all right." "Just a second, Dad," I say, trying to sound farther away than I am. "I'm in the bathroom." I'm praying that Paco is distracted enough by my dad to keep from giving Xavier away. Xavier tries to crawl under the bed, but there's not enough space to get under. He would be obvious. He scrambles behind the couch. I gather up some things, flashcards, that Spanish book that nearly got me into trouble last time, and notepads, and place them in my bag. I look over at the couch, and Xavier sticks out like a sore thumb. "Not there," I whisper and pull him away from his hiding spot. "Can I at least come in and sit down to wait on you?" "Sorry, Dad," I yell. In the hoopla, Xavier knocks into a floor lamp. It wobbles and I hold my breath. He catches it before it can fall over, and I release the air. "We could just tell him now," Xavier whispers. "Yeah," I whisper back. "You explain this scenario to him, and we'll see if you walk out on your own 2 legs. Just then, I have an idea where to hide him. Closet! Closet! I give him an apologetic shrug and shut the door. I flush the toilet for the sake of my cover story. I go to unlock the front door, but out of the corner of my eye, I notice the book Xavier was reading. It's too late to get it now. "Hi, Daddy. Did you forget something?" I'm at the door, holding it open. Even though it wouldn't be possible for him to see Xavier, I still don't want to let him in if I can help it. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry if I've seemed like I'm hovering lately. No, you're not hovering at all. My body language betrays me since I'm holding the door as close to me as possible, like a shield. I'm glad you're here. Could I come in? I just like seeing you work, I guess. Oh, sure. I wait a few seconds before opening the door wider and letting him inside. I look right at the closet, willing Xavier with my mind to keep himself hidden. His eyes are scouring the room. Thankfully, he scooped Paco up in his arms, so he's not pointing my dad to Xavier as of yet. Let me show you on my computer. I have a different workspace for each room. Here's the pop art room I was just working on, right here. And there's a mock-up of La Maison here. Do you want to see the pop art room, or do you want to see the Flaming June room based on the Frederick Leighton painting? Whichever one you want to show me. Maybe the Leighton? I don't know if I know that one. It's beautiful. A woman in orange in a chair. It's supposed to capture the feeling of summer. Victorian England, but kind of erotic too. So we'll get the reproduction of it, and we'll have different pieces to accent it. Here are the links to ones I'm thinking of buying. My father's eyes aren't on the screen, though. They're looking around the room, in the direction of the bed, the sofa, the bathroom. His eyes linger on the closet door. Are you actually interested? You're not even looking, Dad. No, I am. I'm just looking to see where a designer would put these things and how they would translate to the actual room. Like that wardrobe you have on the screen. Where would that go? In the room or inside the closet? Really depends on the room. It wouldn't be in this one since this one is already finished. Is the closet big enough to fit it? No clue. I'd have to measure. Show me some more of the rooms. On the screen or in person. I can show you the room in La Maison that's going to be the Flaming June room later when we go to dinner. Are we still on? Of course. There's no one I'd rather spend time with, dear. He gives me a hug and a kiss, then I walk him out. I'll see you soon. Love you. He shuts the door behind him and I give it about 20 seconds before I go over and lock it. Then I go get Xavier out of the closet. If I didn't think so before, this settles it. I think we should just tell him and accept the consequences. Nothing like the girl you're with literally shoving your relationship into the closet. The girl he's with? Relationship? I don't want to read anything into it, but I can't help it. I was confused before by what we are, and now I'm even more lost. What makes you so sure he'll accept our relationship? What makes it necessary for him to accept it 100%? We're two consenting adults who can make our own decisions. If he sees that we're for real eventually, what does it matter? Eventually, like when? You're going to Spain in a month anyway. Maybe we should take this as an opportunity to step back and cool down. What do you mean? He asks. Maybe instead of lying to my dad while he's here about seeing each other, we just don't see each other so we don't have to lie about it. We both know this thing has a limited shelf life.
Chapter 21. Xavier. We both know this thing has a limited shelf life. Those words have been ringing in my head since I left Nina's room. I decide to clear my head in the library. Dim lighting, plush leather armchairs, and books from wall to wall. A prime thinking spot. On my way there, I get stopped by Henry. I wouldn't do that if I were you, he says, holding a hand up in front of my face to stop me. Sorry, Henri, I'm not in the mood. I brush past his hand and keep making my way to the library. Henri's quick, though, and he's blocking my path again just a few strides later. You're heading to the library, aren't you? Henri's voice drops to a whisper. Frank's in there right now. I place my hand on his shoulder and sigh. He's just trying to be helpful. Thanks for the heads up, Henri. But I think I'll take my chances. I'm sure we can be in the same room together without it exploding. I owe you. Sure enough, Henri is right. Frank sits in the corner in one of those amazing chairs with a small stack of books beside him on a table. He looks up at me but keeps his position focused on his book. There's no use pretending he isn't there, so I nod an acknowledgement toward him. To my surprise, he nods back. I make my way to a shelf and grab a book. Doesn't matter which one, I'm not going to be reading it. It just makes a good cover for when you want to appear busy. Only a few moments after that, Maman D comes by and sits down in the chair beside me. I was just about to run by the cafe for a snack. When I saw you in here, I thought I'd come by and see if you wanted anything. No, thank you. I don't look up from my book. I'm not hungry. How about you, Monsieur Alders? Me? No. But thank you, Madame. I ought to be going. Frank gets up from his chair and walks out. That was short-lived. Was it something I said? Maman D says with a smile. You seem pretty engrossed in that book yourself. Villette? Huh. Didn't know you liked Bronte. I put the book down, noticing the cover for the first time. Sure, I love Jane Eyre. I thought this might be good. Are things still pretty tense between you and Nina's father? Do you have to ask? I gesture with my head to the now empty seat recently occupied by Frank. But now things with Nina are tense too. She thinks we're spending too much time together. What do you think? I don't know. What do you plan to do when you get back from Spain? I don't know, I've been thinking about it. Well, don't think too long about it. There are only so many rooms in this place to renovate before I have to start inventing false ones to keep her here longer. You know how I feel, Maman. I'd like to try again if she'll have me. I just don't know if she will. I'm sure you'll make the right decisions. She pats my arm and kisses me on the cheek before walking away. I take a cue and go back to my room to be alone. Maybe I can distract myself with work and the answers will come to me. I have an ever-growing collection of unread emails to sort through. It's been more fun to focus on Nina than my inbox. As soon as I have all of my email folders in front of me, my phone rings. I pull it out and see my dad's name. Jules Moreau. Hello. His voice is clear but distant, probably driving. Hey there, my boy. Surprised to hear from your old man? I am, actually, but happy to hear from you. How's it going? Everything okay? Everything's good. I just wanted to check in on you and see how you're doing. I'm pretty good, I guess. Just answering some work emails I've been putting off. You know how much I'd hate to be pulled away from something I love so much. Oh, yes. He lets out a chuckle. I'm right there with you on that one. So I'm glad to provide that service for you. Don't you think you should be enjoying Pine Ridge while you're there, though? You could be skiing down a mountain with the wind in your face instead of staring at a computer screen. I have a lot on my mind. Going down a hill at a speed that could kill you has been known to center your thinking. Sharing it with your old man has been known to do that too, if you need an ear. I'm just realizing I've never really planned things out. Every major decision has been on impulse. First, going to New York for school, then the soccer scholarship, taking my job and doing the contract in Spain. Even spending the time here at Laameon has been impulsive. Are you regretting any of it? No, I'm not. I'm still really happy with where it's brought me. For the most part, at least. I'm proud of you. Always have been. I hope you know that. I never would have dreamed that the boy I watched growing up, eyes glued to the TV while Real Madrid competed for the Champions League, would later get to live in Spain for a stint as a business consultant. It's amazing to witness. I'm truly touched. Thanks, Dad. That really means a lot to me. But I do have to be honest with you, Xavier. I put work first in my life way too often, and it's been the biggest regret of my life. He's silent for so long that I'm worried the call dropped. He's back after another moment. You seem happy with where you are now, I point out. There's more to life than your job, you know? It took a long time for it to finally sink in. If I could do it over, I would have been there for you and your mother, not living at the office. I feel bad for him. I also don't know exactly what it has to do with me. Yeah. That seems like one of those lessons we're all constantly learning, right? I don't want to see you make the same mistakes I made. How are things going with Nina right now? They're fine. They're complicated, I guess. Yeah, I figured, given how you were talking. Are you having regrets? I feel naked with how well he knows me. I always figured that given how remote he was, he didn't quite see me. But he sees me much better than I ever realized. Yeah, if I had to do it all over again, I would have let her know I was changing schools and not broken up with her. 2 years isn't worth giving up the love of your life for. I know I want to be with her now. I'm worried that if I tell her, I'll lose her. I'm worried that if I don't tell her, I'll lose her. I don't know what to do with this uncertainty. Uncertainty, he muses. I could never handle uncertainty. Do you want my advice? Actually, yeah, I really do. I could use some. Embrace the uncertainty. There's nothing wrong with some wild cards in the game of life. Isn't the game of life a board game? I don't think there are any wild cards. Ha! A little smart one. You're more like me than you realize. I laugh. I'm slowly coming to terms with that realization. No, I know where you're coming from, and you're wise. Another way I take after you. Except that any wisdom I have, I got through age, so you're not there yet. But let's hope you're wiser before your time than I was. Yeah, let's hope. Especially when it comes to Nina. I don't know what to do. What's the issue? You like her? You think she likes you? Do you want to get back together? Yeah, a lot. Okay, what's stopping you? She's really close with her dad, and her dad hates me now. Maybe not hate, but you broke his little girl's heart, but you're not dating him. You're dating her. She doesn't want to jeopardize her relationship with him by dating me, especially if she doesn't know if it will work. You never know if something will work. All you can do is decide if it's worth trying, and it sounds like it is to you. If it is to her too, then don't worry about her dad. You messed it up on the first try with some help from my poor example. Don't let her make the same mistake this time by putting it in the hands of her father. Let her know you want to try and go from there. You're right, Dad, I say. You're absolutely right. Thanks for the advice. It means more than you realize. Of course. That's what fathers are supposed to be for. I'm going to try to work this out with Nina. I might need a favor from you, though. Anything, just ask.
Chapter 22. Nina. Nina, can you tell me why a bellboy has been tailing me? He almost came with me to the bathroom. I had to slam the door to stop him from following me into the suite. My dad's dark eyes take on an almost reddish cast beneath his knitted brows as he yells. His footsteps are heavy as he closes the door to his suite behind me, where we said we'd meet up before our dinner plans. That sounds like some inhospitable service. That's troubling. Have you let Madam know? His incredulous expression adds to the palpable tension in the room. It reminds me of the time I claimed that the television shattered because the wind knocked it over. He didn't care about the TV as much as he did me taking him for a fool, as he put it then. Nina, I'm not stupid. Please don't treat me as if I am. What do you mean, Daddy? If all else fails, play the daddy card. Nina, you can just cut it out. I know. My innocent look isn't fooling him. I feign shock. Something's going on, Nina, and I think it has to do with Xavier. Am I getting warm? I make a guilty expression that confirms it. It's too late to get away with this. He sighs, crossing his hands. Look, mi niña, it's your life. I can't control who you see, but I can be disappointed in your choices. And I think Xavier is bad for you. I think lying to me is even worse. If you have to lie, maybe it's a bad idea. Do you have something you want to say to me? Well, I guess I can't deny it any longer. He just looks so disappointed. It's heartbreaking. I'm sorry, Daddy. He looks at me expectantly, as if he's prompting me to recall a script I was supposed to memorize. 4? I feel like I'm in kindergarten all over again. I'm sorry for lying to you. I should have been honest. And what? You're sorry for seeing that boy again. Promise me you'll stop. I cross my arms, unable to conceal my anger at the request. This is the first time I'll stake a claim against him, and I'm terrified. But it's time. Dad, I love you, more than anyone in the world. But my respect for you doesn't mean that you get to dictate my choices. I'm very sorry for lying, and I should have been honest from the start. But I'm not sorry at all for seeing Xavier. I'm an adult, and you have to trust me to make my own decisions as an adult. The muscle underneath his eye starts to spasm beneath his deeply furrowed brow. Adults usually don't have to use the disclaimer that they're an adult. If you're an adult, people can usually tell. I can feel his withering look deep in my soul, even though I know he's trying to control his anger. That comment mixed with his expression makes my blood boil. He knows exactly what to say to get a rise out of me. Stop trying to lawyer me, Dad. It's my decision to see Xavier, and it's one I stand behind firmly. I love him, Dad. I love him with the same heart that loves you. So, you should trust it. Lawyer you? You made this my business when you started lying. It became my business when the bellboy became your personal PI. Since we're lawyering, that's called introducing new evidence. You made an unforced error. You put those new facts on the table. Anger flashes in his eyes. You know what? If being with Xavier is such a great idea, why didn't you tell the truth from the beginning, Nina? I don't have an immediate answer, which makes me even angrier. Even in my rage, I find a defense. Because you had that tone in your voice the second you mentioned him, Dad. I know what you sound like when you expect me to cower to you. I'm not stupid either. You knew what you were doing. I guess you know it all then. Why tell me about it if my opinion doesn't matter? Because I want to tell you everything, Dad. I wanted to tell you this too, but I respect your opinion so much that I wanted to wait until I knew how to talk to you about it. And clearly right now I'm not doing a great job. I need to collect my thoughts. I'm sorry, Dad. I have to go. I'm done talking. I swing open the door to his suite and close it gently without looking back. Tears blur my vision as I head back to my own room. I've never defied him like this, or left in the middle of talking, but I had no choice, just like I have no choice but to follow my heart. And it tells me that I love Xavier. I want to text Xavier so badly, but I'm not ready to talk to him yet about what happened either. I need to be alone, but in this place it's impossible. I go downstairs to Café des Melodies for the next best thing. I know Madame won't judge. She sees me coming into the cafe, and I try to give her as much of a smile as I can muster. She waves me over, and I slump into the chair across from her. What's with the long face, Nina, my love? It didn't occur to me until now that I might look as destroyed as I feel. I'm not sure I want to talk about it. Well, mon cœur, you don't have to talk to me or about whatever's bothering you, but you do look like you need to talk to someone about something. And I am a great listener. Do you want to just share a little bit? She asks. Or we can talk about something else too. I guess so. I try to think of any other topic I could possibly discuss, but my mind, like my heart, comes up empty. Both of those things are too full of Xavier for anything else to get through. I just had the worst argument with my dad that I've ever had in my life. I try in vain to hold back tears. Madame slides her chair over and puts her arm around my back. Shh, let it flow. Let it flow, ma fille. I follow her advice. No wonder you didn't want to talk, mon enfant. She rubs my shoulder. I know how close you and your daddy are. He's your world, you've said. Yeah, and I know he loves me so much. I love him too. It's just, he's so stubborn. Like father, like daughter, tel père, tel fille. That makes me laugh for the first time since the argument. Yes, exactly, we're a lot alike, but we're also so different. And it's in ways that I don't know if he'll ever fully understand. He can understand who you are, but he can't feel things with your heart. Right. Especially when it comes to Xavier. She touches my hand and nods in a way that makes me want to continue. I finally told him we were dating again just now, and he had to wrench it out of me. You know that I hate lying to my dad. I know. I hate that you felt you had no choice but to lie. You and Xavier, the deception you played, la tromperie. Especially because I know how wonderful Xavier is and wish your papa would let himself remember that part of him over the other parts. I'm biased, of course. I can see her love for Xavier in her smile. He is wonderful, Madame, the most wonderful man I know. I don't know what it is about him. I've loved him from the moment we first met, and I never stopped. He's got so much passion for life. He's undaunted, so self-assured. I like to think he gets his joie de vivre from me. She gives me an impish smile. Even though they're not related by blood, I can see it. He scarred me so much. But I realized just now that for all those years, I only thought of him as the one who inflicted my heartbreak. I didn't think about how much I'd have to love someone for it to even be possible to break my heart like he did. And once I got here, I fell in love with him all over again so easily. And he fell in love with you all over again too. But your father hasn't fallen in love with him all over again, and now it might be worse with the lie. She shakes her head. But she never once says that she told us so, even though she did tell us so, several times. They were so close. My dad still hasn't gotten over it. And the place you make for the man of your life is different from the place a father makes for a son-in-law. It won't be as easy. Madam gives me a knowing expression, as if she can feel what's in my soul at the moment. She takes a deep breath. Nina, I'm going to tell you a story. About a young lady I knew. She was in a similar predicament. The man she was with, he had, let's say, une mauvaise réputation. Un vrai débauché, they called him. At heart, he was a good man, but known for bad things. Maybe he started a war or two, maybe not. But you know what they say. All's fair in war and in love. And you know what she did, the lady? What did she do? She said to hell with them and followed her heart. And you know what? Eventually, her heart led the way, pour les détracteurs. And they had a change of heart themselves. I'm too distracted wondering who this story is about to quite process the moral. It comes down to this, Nina. Your father has his opinions about your life and his preferences for what you do. But this isn't about him. It's about you. So, what is it you want, Nina? It's a good question. I wish I knew the answer.
Chapter 23. Xavier. I stare at the novel-length text messages, mostly in French, that fill up my screen, chastising me for bribing Henry to keep tabs on Frank. There's a knock on the door, and I'm praying it's not Madame here to deliver the tirade in person. Worse, what if it's Frank? If he's found out about us sneaking around, then I'm as good as dead. I look out the peephole before opening the door, and I'm instantly relieved. Also, because it's impossible not to be when I see her face. Even through a fisheye perspective, I'm turned on. Come in, beautiful! I open the door. Oh, Nina. Sweetheart, what's the matter? Please, sit. She looks beside herself, her tasteful blouse soaked through with tears. I walk her over to the bed, helping prop her up on pillows, and I sit down beside her. What's the matter? I ask as I lift her chin up. That wavy black hair of hers is getting in her eyes, so I brush it back behind her ear. I don't know how to say it. I'd start at the beginning. She looks up at me and smiles faintly, but she doesn't say anything right away. She looks conflicted, like she's mulling it over, but she's clearly struggling to tell me something important. Nina, it's okay. You can just say it when you're ready. In the meantime, we can just... I want you, she blurts out. Those are words I've wanted to hear for a long time from her, but the tone doesn't match what she's saying. Something's off. I want you, she repeats. In fact, I love you, but I'm so worried things are going to end like they did last time. I can't do that again. I can't plan a life with you and dream and do all these things just for you to drop me when something better comes along. Nina, she holds up a hand. Just wait. I'm so worried about being left to pick up the pieces again that I thought the best way to avoid it was to avoid you. I'm much more scared about that than about what my dad figured out. Wait, what has Frank figured out? He knows everything. He knows about you and me and the sneaking around. He knows that I've lied to him. He even knows about Henry. There's only one thing about what you just said that matters, Nina. There is? What? I love you too. And I want to be with you. You mentioned something better coming along? There's no such thing. I mean it. Nina looks up at me skeptically. How can I believe you this time? It was wrong of me to withhold my plans from you in college. I've regretted it for the last 11 years. I'm sorry I hurt you. If you can ever find it in yourself to trust me, I intend to never let you go. The fire within my stomach burns more brightly as I look at the most beautiful woman I've ever laid eyes on. I pull her close and kiss her. My body yearns for her, and I find myself grabbing and caressing every part of her body as if in a frantic attempt to keep her. She's kissing me back and grabbing all over me as well. Well. Things are heating up again. You know what to do. Go to vixavonromance.com to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts, and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story.
Chapter 24. Nina. I smile at the sight of Xavier breathing softly as he sleeps beside me. My heart flutters at the sight. It quickly sinks again, thinking about the situation with my dad that I still have to manage. I need to set it right with him. Slowly, I slip out of bed, careful not to wake up Xavier. I need to face my father alone. Maybe I can have the inevitable conversation with my dad over some decadent crepes, which always make everything better. I quickly slip into my clothes from the day before, looking over to make sure Xavier isn't waking. I need to be fast. Xavier rustles a little bit in bed, and I freeze, but he just rolls over and goes back to sleep. I take one check in the mirror to make sure my face is somewhat put together, and I'm off. I slip out while quietly closing the door to be sure it doesn't slam. Then I make my way down to the restaurant, sitting at the bar. Good morning, Nina. Pierre, the bartender, greets me with a big smile. What can I get you this morning? Definitely 2 crepes. I'll have the Nutella and strawberry. For my dad? Apple cinnamon and whipped cream, I think. Also some bacon. Sure, I'll get that right in for you. And what would you like to drink? The bartender asks. I would like some orange juice. For my dad, though, I should call up his room. What's the room number? Pierre asks, holding the receiver in one hand, ready to give it to me. 1408. He hands me the receiver, and I listen to the ring. When it doesn't answer on the third one, I frown. I hope nothing happened to him. By the 6th ring, I know he's not picking up. I hand the receiver back to Pierre with a sagging face. No answer. Maybe he's on his way down. I take out my phone as a number of possibilities flood my mind, none of them good. Since it's only 8, I doubt he's eaten already. Even if he had, he'd probably text me. I hope it's not his health, like if he's fallen in the shower or something. But I can check after I call if he doesn't answer his cell. I click on his name and I put the phone up to my ear. Pick up, I whisper to myself. Please don't let anything be wrong. Hi, Nina. Hi, Dad. I was about to get you some orange juice, or to see if you wanted something else, but you weren't in your room. Very good detective work. Was that you, or should I give your bellhop friend the credit? Funny? Is everything okay? I was going to surprise you with some crepes in bed. I don't need any. Just order for yourself. Are you in your room? Is everything okay? I'm not in my room and everything is not okay, Nina. Can you at least tell me what's going on? I'm just trying to get breakfast with you and talk. We can talk another time. Clearly, you didn't have time for talking yesterday. And I don't have time to waste waiting around. I have to go soon. I have a flight to catch. Wait, what? Are you at the airport? Getting there. I shouldn't be talking on the phone and driving. I don't take too kindly to being walked out on. His voice cuts like steel. Dad, please, this is important. Can you come back so we can talk? I'm practically begging at this point. No, Nina. You're perfectly capable of figuring it out on your own for the time being, as an adult. I am not going to argue about it anymore, and I'm not able to talk at the moment. Please, Dad. What time is your flight? Sorry, you're breaking up. I'll have to call you later. Love you, honey. He's gone. It takes a while for me to hang up, not wanting to believe he's really not talking to me. Everything okay, Nina? Pierre asks. No, unfortunately. If you haven't started on the crepes, no need. Thanks for your help. Otherwise, just put it on the tab and have it yourself. Good luck. Thanks. I'm already running out of the restaurant and up to Xavier's room. I knock when I'm outside his door, and he opens it just a few seconds later. Hi, Xavier. I need your help. What's wrong? Anything you need, of course. My dad is gone. He's on his way to the airport. I was going to talk to him this. Tell me the rest in the car, Nina. We have to go catch up to him before he leaves. I put my hands on his cheeks and kiss him, tears flowing at the tumultuous mix of emotions coursing through me. I love you so much, Xavier. I love you too, Nina. That's why we have to go find your dad. He needs to know how much. Even if he won't listen, he has to hear it. I'll do anything for you. Talking to Frank is nothing. He closes the door and takes my hand to run down the stairs. We're on a tight timeline with no room for error.
Chapter 25. Xavier. I'll drive, I tell Nina as we make a dash for the car to intercept her dad before he's through security. Frank is the most important person in Nina's life, and she's the most important person in mine. Even if he won't accept us, I don't care. He has no choice. He doesn't have the right to make his daughter choose what he wants. It's her life, not his. Are you sure you don't want me to drive? I have the better track record. How do you know that? I haven't been in any accidents since college. Not any major ones, at least. How do I know you haven't? Besides, I know the area much better and all the back roads. I lived here for years. You've lived here for weeks. More than a month. She shrugs, then smiles. Thanks, Xavier. I peel out of the parking lot in my BMW X5, perfectly made for Colorado's rugged terrain. She's hanging onto her knees, and I put my palm on her hand. It's going to be okay, Nina, I promise. There's nothing you have to worry about. I guess so. Just, what if he doesn't accept it? Even if he doesn't now, he will later. He's being a spoiled child. Nina starts laughing out loud. What? I didn't realize it was that funny. No. He said I was juvenile for calling myself an adult when I explained why it was my decision to be with you or not. And then, today, he justified his leaving because I'm an adult and he sounded like the juvenile one. He does. He needs his daughter to talk reason into him. Here's the thing. He doesn't have to like me. But if he loves you, he needs to respect that who you love is your choice, and your choice alone. It sounds like you're making a speech. Maybe I'm practicing one. We get on the interstate, and the sign says 20 miles to the airport. You know, the good thing about my dad is he's very predictable, Nina says. Does that help us now? It does, see. He always gets to the airport hours before his flight actually leaves. So even if he's already past security by the time we get there, we can just get a ticket and find him, since he won't be leaving for a while. I give her hand a squeeze and smile in her direction. She leans over and kisses me on the cheek. Are you feeling a little better? I ask. Yeah, a little. Good. You shouldn't be unhappy. Ever. I just want you to know, I never meant to come between you and your dad. I'm sorry you were put in this position, and if I could do it differently, I would. Please, Xavier, don't apologize. She's holding my hand tight and rubbing my wrist with her thumb. Everything that happened between him and me is my fault. You were the one who'd been telling me the whole time that lying isn't the best way, but You went along with me, and now you're the one apologizing. You're such a good man. And you're such a good person, Nina. This isn't your fault at all, either. You love him so much, and you want him to approve of you. He's not being reasonable right now. Confessing to him is easier said than done, especially when I'm not his daughter. Thank you, Xavier. Her lip is quivering a little as she looks at me with huge, sympathetic eyes. You know, I never told you this, but when you wanted to reconcile, there was a huge part of me that got this close to saying yes. She holds up her hand and makes a tiny space between her thumb and forefinger. Wow, Frank was insistent that I not talk to you. He actually told me to just delete everything without reading and listening, block you, and never talk to you again. I thought I at least owed you an answer. But if you weren't so forceful, my answer might have been different. I'm done letting him have that kind of control. I'm done listening to him instead of my heart. I'm already going fast, but I speed up just a little bit more so that we get there in 10 minutes rather than 15. I put the pedal to the metal. Xavier, that's way too fast. Slow down, Nina says. I told you, he always gets to the airport early. True. But the earlier we get there to tell him, the earlier we can figure out what to do next. Well, no matter what he says, Xavier, I want to be with you. And we will be. It's just a question of how Frank fits into the equation. Just be careful, she says, holding on to the inside door handle to steady herself. There, look, the exit is in 3 miles, I say to Nina. What time is his flight? You think he'd tell me that? I have no idea, but we'll get there and we'll find him. We can call his cell. Worst comes to worst, we walk around the whole airport and listen to his ringtone. He never puts it on vibrate. I'm going to sprint. There's no time to park. Nina can wait with the car. If she doesn't, I'll just get towed and deal with the consequences. It's the airport, so I can get a rental here to go back to Laameon easily, and then I can pay the impound later. All that matters right now is finding Frank, stopping him from getting on that plane, and telling him how much I love his daughter. Ideally, he'll come back to Laameon, but that's just a bonus. Nina, I need you to get out and take the wheel. I'm going to try to catch him, and text me his number, just in case. What do you mean you're going to catch him? She's already starting to take off her seatbelt, getting ready to bolt as soon as the car stops. I'm going. I need to fix this, Nina. This is on me. I know you're the one who decided to lie, but I'm the reason for it. Your dad's angry with me, not you. We don't have much time. She gives me one look and opens her door. Nina, please! I yell. Then she runs around the car to my door. Well, get out then! I'll need to park this thing, she says, smiling. Go catch my dad! I hop out of the car and Nina jumps in. I gently shut the door behind her when she's comfortable. I'm about to start running when Nina rolls down the window. Wait, she says loudly. What? I come back to the rolled down window. She sticks out her arms, grabs my face, and gives me a long kiss. It's exactly the send-off I need. Good luck. A wide smile spreads across her lips. I love you, Nina. I love you too, Xavier. I make a mad dash into the airport, determined to catch him and tell him how much I love his daughter. Chapter 26, Xavier. I make my way inside the doors of the airport, trying to figure out what flight he's on. I see the departing flights, but I have no idea. There are at least 10 different planes on multiple airlines to all the New York airports within the next 2 hours. Ugh, why can't he live in a smaller city? I run to the airport information booth just in case I can take out the guesswork. Hi there, I say out of breath. Hi, sir. Is everything okay? Yes. No. My father-in-law, Frank Alders. I need to page him. There's been an emergency with his daughter, and I need to make sure he doesn't get on his flight to New York. Do you know which one he's on? The agent looks at me incredulously. I don't. Is there any way you could let me know that information? He shakes his head. I pull out $200 bills and a $50. I'm hoping if it doesn't work, he just lets me walk away. No questions asked. I'm not interested in getting arrested for bribing a U.S. government employee. Please. It's the most important favor I've ever asked. Now I'm desperate. What's the emergency? I'm in love with his daughter. He looks to the side, weighing his options. You didn't get this information from me, okay? I don't have much time. It's the 9:50 nonstop JetBlue to LaGuardia, first boarding group, gate A46. I click madly on my phone to purchase a ticket on the same flight, just in case. If I can't apprehend him before boarding, maybe I can board with him and buttonhole him. I quickly take off my shoes and put them in one of the bins. Fortunately, I don't have any bags whatsoever. It's a weekday morning, so I sail through security and then run to the gate, repeating the information in my head. It's 9:28, so boarding has already started. I don't know if I'll catch him in time, but maybe I can pull him off the plane. All of the gates have lines of people, and I run through, just focusing on A46, trying to see if I can spot him in the line. I scan the front of the queue. I start dialing his number just in case I can hear the sound, but it's too noisy to hear anything. Excuse me, an older man scolds me as I try to crane my head to find him. There's a line. I know. I just need to find my father-in-law. Oh, okay. In that case, I understand. He gestures for me to go in front of him, and I stand up over the crowd. I think I see him in the very front. The ticket taker scans mine, and once I'm on the bridge leading to the plane, I can see the top of his head. Frank! I yell. Frank Alders! He turns around slowly, squinting to see better. I rush through the crowd, trying to get to him. He crosses his arms and shakes his head slowly. What is it? Why are you here? Are you going to ambush me like you did my daughter? I bet you planned all of this. Sir, I just want to speak with you. You'd better hurry. This plane is about to board. It's true, but I have all the time in the world. I have a ticket on this plane, too. I hold up my phone to show him. I think I'm in your section, too. Extra legroom. He sighs. Fine, start talking. First, can I get you off of this plane and back to Pine Ridge? Your daughter loves you. She has some way of showing it. By wanting to take time to think before talking. By hoping to talk to you about her own decisions. I hate to tell you, but you know who you're reminding me of? Me. I don't have to listen to this. You don't have to, but you should. I decided I'd break up and leave instead of talking to her and trying to work things out. I decided in advance for both of us. You're doing that with her right now by walking away. She walked away from me. You know that's not true. I know you hate me for breaking her heart. But I only dated her for 2 years. How much would it break her heart to lose her dad? The most important person in her life, without a second chance. I know this won't endear me to you, but I need to make sure you talk to her. Fine. You've convinced me to stay for a little longer. I'll reimburse you for the ticket. That's not necessary. You have me. Now talk. We're making progress walking to the main terminal now, which is a fairly short walk from Gate A. I'm walking quickly. I want to make sure he doesn't change his mind and decide to board the plane after all. The most important thing is this. I'm in love with your daughter. She knows, and I need you to know. Giving her up is the greatest regret of my life. I can't change that, but I can commit to loving her for the rest of my life. That's why I'm here, chasing down her dad who can't stand me. She's worth it. You don't have to like me, but please, for her, consider her wishes, even if you disagree with them. And what if you don't deserve her? I don't know if I ever will, but, sir, with all due respect, that's her decision, not yours. She should live to make herself happy, not to please her father. I know you've told her the same thing countless times, as much as you hate it. Has anyone ever told you you'd make a good lawyer, kid? Someone has, in fact. The most brilliant legal mind I know. I hear him laugh for the first time in more than 10 years, which always makes me laugh automatically. His joy is contagious, just like Nina's. We're past security now, and I start walking more slowly. I breathe a sigh of relief. It will be much harder for him to decide to board now. I'm safe. We take a seat near the front entrance of the airport. I've never loved anyone like Nina. I think fate brought us together again. I had my father overnight me something important. I pull out the box to show him my grandmother's ring. I want to marry Nina, but I want you to keep it safe for me for several months while I'm in Spain. If I change my mind, you can keep the ring forever. But I know my mind won't change. Frank looks at the ring, then he looks back up at me with a frown. It breaks into a smile as he starts laughing with delight, alternating between a rich bass and a creaking falsetto. Xavier, you don't even know how to propose right. He's shaking his head with an amused smile. I appreciate your passion, but I'm not holding onto this ring for you. It wouldn't look good on this hand. He holds up his left hand like he's modeling it for a jewelry store. It belongs on Nina's finger, and she deserves for you to propose the proper way. Xavier. I turn around and see Nina a few feet behind me. Her eyes are as large as planets, and they're brimming with tears. Nina, I had no idea you were there. Frank gives me a gentle push. I open the box and get down on one knee. Nina, you are everything to me. I've spent 11 years thinking of everything I would do differently, and in all of the versions it brings us to this moment and culminates in a life together. I didn't expect it to be like this, but any proposal is perfect as long as it has you. Nina, will you make me the happiest man in the world by becoming my wife? Will you marry me? Yes, Xavier, I will let you make me the happiest woman in the world. Of course, I'll marry you. She looks down at the ring for the first time, and the tears begin to fall. I slip the ring onto her finger, and I stand up, taking her into my arms and spinning her. An eruption of applause roars around us. A huge grin grows over Frank's face. Well, I guess we have a wedding to plan. Nina breaks free from me and hugs him tightly, and Frank closes his eyes blissfully. Dad, I'm so glad. Thank you. Thank you. You were just kids back then, and he's proved that he's a man now. And a good man at that. I'll be happy to call him my son. Frank takes me in his arms too, and he hugs the both of us, just like he did when Nina and I were in college. What time is the next shuttle back to Pine Ridge, you two? It's going to leave as soon as we get into the car.
Chapter 27. Nina. In the best, most exhausting week of my life, we've planned an entire wedding. When we got back from the extraction job at the airport last weekend, Madame fated us with a champagne brunch. Obviously, there is no question about where it will be, Madame declared, while peppering the three of us with kisses on the cheek. The biggest question is when. Xavier and I blurted out the answer at the exact same time. As soon as possible. Next week it is then, Madame said. My godson is getting married. Xavier's parents are arriving at the airport today, an hour apart. I can't wait to see his mom and dad and to meet his new stepfather. From what he tells me, they all seem to get along, but it might be the longest period of time they've all been in the same place together. My dad's going with Xavier to pick them up. Fortunately, his X5 has a third row, so they won't all be squished together. In a week, they've patched up their relationship pretty much completely. Time heals all wounds, but the amount of time for them was record-breaking. I can't take too much time to think about their conversations. I have an appointment today at Suzanne's Couturier, which is something of a misnomer, considering there are dresses that are ready to wear as well, but they specialize in custom dresses. She's one of Madame's good friends. It's a wedding gift from Madame, but the greater gift is that she's coming with me. She's bought clothing in the haute couture houses of Paris, and she has impeccable taste when it comes to formal gowns. Of course, she's buying hers today, so I get to sit for a fashion show of my own. She's not just a dressmaker, she's a modiste, Madame insists. She was adamant about the difference. Apparently, that means she has a high fashion sense when it comes to clothing. Others put their trust in her to bring out their personal style, in the same way that people rely on me to find their essence in the ways I design their spaces. It's like the way Xavier brings out the best ideas of the client he serves, and the way he brings out everything in my heart, the way he brings out the best in me. What was your parents' marriage like, Nina? I get the impression that your father adored your mother. I start getting a little weepy remembering. They were incredibly close, just as in love on her last day together as their first. He was always buying her roses. A petite ball of positive energy with a short, curly, asymmetrical brunette bob approaches us, arms outstretched. Bonjour, mes chéris. Suzanne and Madame kiss each other's cheeks about 6 times per side, and Suzanne does the same with me. So wonderful to see you. We have a little surprise for you, Nina, Madame says. Well, a few little surprises. Madame opens her arm with a flourish, gesturing to an elegant blonde in a jumpsuit. Celine, I can't believe it. I thought you were at the airport. It's Xavier's mother. For Madame, and for my daughter-in-law, I got an early flight. I had to be here for your dress fitting. I give her a hug, and all of the women around me are crying, so I start crying too. There are 3 dresses of the ones you tried on this week, and each of them was tailored to fit. One is very modern. Another is romantic and elegant, and the third is a bit more fun. Each one of the dresses is beautiful, but I find myself gravitating toward the vintage look. Soft shoulders with a tight bodice coming just above my waist flow into a full swing skirt. I tell her I love it as we finish the fitting. Of course you do. It's your vision. I just make it come to life. The other surprise, Nina, my love, is this. All 3 are yours. Madame smiles her trademark impish grin. Madame, no, I can't let you. Of course you can. Besides, it's too late. I've already paid. They're yours, sweet Nina. 1 for the rehearsal dinner, 1 for the wedding, and 1 for the reception. Madame, thank you so much. I show all 3 to them, just for one last final look before the big event. The next 3 days are a blur, but Madame herself has so much of it handled. She's an old pro. You know Monsieur Sarkozy? I was working at Élysée Palace at the time as the head chef, and he married Madame Bruni with less planning than to mariage, my dear. And it was picture perfect. It was all preparation for yours, I realize. It will be our family, our closest friends, and of course our Laameon family. Madame, of course, is a wedding officiant, and she will do the honors of performing the ceremony. Slipping into my wedding dress, I'm not concerned with any of the small details. I'm only thinking of one thing. Soon I'll be Mrs. Nina Alders Moreau. There's a knock on my door. Come in. Hello, dear. How are you? What can I do to help? Mrs. Lambert Celine. Lambert looks stunning in her light orchid gown, also purchased from Suzanne's store. Her ash blonde hair is swept up in a chignon with sparkly lavender butterfly pins. She sits down to do my hair, which she's putting into a braided half chignon, similar to hers, but all my own. She gives me a long, warm hug once she's finished. I just might have something to add to it. You're amazing, Mrs. Lambert. Please, my love, call me Celine. She places 2 blue butterfly pins in my hand and closes my fist around them. These are passed down from bride to bride in my family. In French culture, the butterfly means transformation and freedom. I know you and Xavier have gone through lots of changes to be free to love one another. I don't have a daughter to pass them to, yet. Why not give them to you in advance? Oh, Celine, that's so beautiful. Thank you. It means the world to me, especially since my own mother. Your own mother is watching, and even prouder than I am. Another knock on the door. It's Madam. Nina, this is from your father. He wanted me to give you this. I told him a father shouldn't be doing errands on his daughter's wedding day. It's an exquisite turquoise teardrop pendant on a silver chain, which matches the hue of the pins that Celine has given me. Thank you, Madame. I'll have to thank Doda when he's walking me down the aisle. She fastens it behind me. After working the butterfly pins into my bun, I turn to my makeshift style team with a huge smile. I'm ready. Madame D leaves the fitting room first, guiding us to the main event. It's outside in the gardens. I find my father and take his arm at the head of the aisle as the music begins. It's Clair de Lune by Debussy, in honor of Xavier's French heritage. Thank you for the necklace, Doda. It's perfect. I feel like our ancestors are with me wearing it. They are always with you. I'm so proud of you, Nina. Xavier looks like a sun god with his blonde hair and beautiful dark suit. The small crowd all stands, and Xavier wipes tears from his eyes. You look stunning, my love. So do you. Madame is already up on the altar, and Paco is by her side with a little bow tie collar. Today, I am joining two of the most special people in the world, and believe me, I've met some special people in my life. I'll tell you all about it at the reception, but these two, no one compares to them. She takes us through the standard promises we make, and then we speak our own vows. Xavier, I've loved you since the day we met, and the longer I know you, the more my love for you grows. I pledge my love to you forever. Nina, you are the most beautiful bride in the world and the only woman in the world for me. I promise to love you for the rest of my life, to take care of you, and to always be by your side. You are my home. I belong in only one place, and that's with you. We say, I do. Madame just gestures when she's done, and we know what it means. Xavier leans me back dramatically and kisses me with all of his soul, and I can feel it in my bones. My first kiss from my husband. I never want it to end, and in the most important ways, it never has to. I love you so much, Xavier. I love you too, Nina. Forever. After our first dance, I dance with my father to a song he used to sing to me when I was a kid. Then, Xavier dances with his mom. As I'm laughing and dancing with my dad, Xavier's dad, Jules, asks to cut in. He gladly gives him that courtesy, and Jules spins me around. Nina, I'm so happy for you, Jules says. I know Xavier will be an amazing husband, and one day, God willing, an amazing father, a much better one than I was. I'm sure my influence played a part in the way things went the first time around, but I know how much he loves you, and I'm so grateful you found each other again. I'm grateful that we did too. It was worth the wait, and now we really know that we are the ones for each other with no doubts. I don't know if I'd change a thing.
Chapter 28. Xavier, I don't want to get up, I groan while lying spread out on our hotel bed. The sun is glaring through the windows, making our large white fluffy bed a bit too warm. You can always change your mind and stay with me, Nina says with a wink. You're adorable, but this Spain trip has been in the works for a long time. I better just go and get it over with. Even though I'll miss you like crazy until I get back, I tell her with a smooch. She laughs. Why don't you finish packing? I'll go grab us snacks for the car ride. Nina leaves the room and gently shuts the door behind her. How am I going to survive that long without her? I leave our room with my suitcases and make my way to the parking lot. Nina is leaning up against her car, smiling with her sunglasses on. Your chauffeur is ready to take you to the airport, sir. Let me take your bag and put it in the trunk. Someone as handsome as you shouldn't be carrying his own luggage. She kisses me hard and wraps her arms around me. We both get into the car, and I smile sadly, holding her hand tight. I really don't want to go on this trip without you. She nods slowly and turns to look at the road. The drive to the airport, which usually feels agonizingly long, goes more quickly than I'd hoped. It feels like I have to leave her so quickly. All I want to do is spend more time with my bride. Nina drops me off at the airport entrance, getting out to kiss me and handing me my suitcase. I'll see you in a few months, sweetheart, she says, kissing me hard. It's really hard to say goodbye. I know, we'll video call every night. I don't know how I'll manage without you. We did it for 11 years. I think we can go a few weeks. I watch her drive away. I have 3 hours before my flight, and I don't know how I'm going to kill the time. I text her from the line for security. I miss you already. Miss you too, mi amor. But the wait will be shorter than you think it will, she texts back. I trudge through the security line, then find my way to the gate. I still have 2 hours and 40 minutes. I decide to do some last-minute Duolingo to be extra prepared. All I can think about is how much I'll miss Nina. About a half hour later, someone stands in front of me, putting a suitcase next to mine. I barely look up. I know a great Spanish tutor if you get sick of that little owl there. I think I'm hallucinating. Nina? What? How? Voy contigo, she says with a clap. I thought I'd come along and give my husband a little honeymoon. It's not right for a husband and wife to be apart so soon after their wedding. Madame insisted. I love you so much. We stand up and kiss right there in front of everyone. But wait, what about Paco? Madame is overjoyed to get a little alone time with him. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you did this, Nina. You're amazing. I am genuinely shocked. The two of us walk into the airport hand in hand, ready for our first adventure together as husband and wife. Well, we might as well work on your Spanish. We have the time, Nina says. There is adorables, I whisper in Nina's ear. Nina giggles. You are close. It's adorable. There's no os on the end, she corrects me. How about te amo mucho? I ask, raising my eyebrows. Yo también te amo, she says, and rests her head on my shoulder. Now that she's here, the time passes in an instant, not just in the airport, but on the international flight to Barcelona as well. We have champagne in the first-class upgrade. Maybe I'll just rest this first part of the flight. Then after a quick siesta, we'll be ready to work on more Spanish, she says before closing her eyes. I gently brush her hair off her face and kiss her forehead. She looks so peaceful lying against my shoulder. I'll be here when you wake up, I tell her with one last kiss on the forehead. Buenas noches, I tell the gate attendant when we arrive in Spain. Nina's Spanish, of course, is flawless. I'm just thrilled whenever I'm not asked to repeat myself. Buenas noches, ¿cómo está? She says. Okay, so I think the first thing we need to do is get some food. I'm famished, she says, touching her stomach. We can definitely do that. I hadn't planned on your company, so I had planned on just ordering room service when we got to the hotel. Did you have a place in mind? I ask her. Well, I have known about joining you for a while now. So I've done some research. We're going to go eat at La Sarthe. The food there looks gorgeous. We take a taxi from the airport to La Sarthe, an avant-garde artistic take on Spanish cuisine that showcases classic flavors in ultra-modern ways. Nina cannot stop looking out the cab's windows and admiring the city and its lights. This place is gorgeous. I can't wait to explore with you, she says, especially the dining right now. I'm so hungry after that flight. I open the door for Nina when we arrive at the restaurant, and I let Nina step inside first. The restaurant has shiny light brown floors, comfy black chairs, and copious amounts of wine jutting out of every wall. It's breathtaking. Hola, Nina says to the host. Estoy tan contenta de que estés aquí. ¿Dos esta noche? Asks the host. Sí, por favor, Nina responds. Okay, I say to Nina. I know she asked you if it was going to be two tonight, but what did she say besides that? She said, I'm so glad you're here. But I'm not sure if she's going to feel the same in a few moments. You're up next to test out your Spanish. We follow the host to a table with white linen set for 4. She removes 2 of the table settings before saying, Disfrutar. Gracias, Nina responds. I pull out her chair and she sits down. I move over to my chair and pick up the menu. What are you hungry for? I ask Nina. Literally everything on this menu, she responds with large eyes. We'll do the tasting menu with the wine pairing for each of us. Simple. Our waiter walks up to the table, and I think now's the time to show off how much Spanish I've really learned from Nina. ¿Cómo estás esta tarde? The waiter asks. I know that he's asking how we are this evening, and I'm ready. Nosotros somos maravillosos. Gracias por preguntar. ¿Qué me recomiendan? I ask the waiter with my best attempt at a Spanish accent. Muy bueno, the server responds, then switches. The tasting menu gives you the best sampling of everything. You can always come back and have more of your favorites. ¿Qué vino combina con eso? Nina says. The server looked a bit confused. Then he looked over at me. I wasn't quite sure what Nina had said either. Then I understand from our earlier conversation. ¿Qué vino combinarías con eso? I say. We can do the wine pairing. It will be perfect. Sí. Both Nina and I respond excitedly. He understood you better than me, she says. That's only because I've had a better teacher, I respond with a wink. Our wine and first course come out, and we have a toast. Por el amor verdadero, I say, and then we say it together in unison and sip. This is delicious, but it may be a bit drier than I'm used to, Nina says. Try it with the pigeon. You're right. It's perfect. Wine pairing used to be my favorite part of traveling, I tell her. But not anymore. Now it's exploring new places with my wife. Nina smiles, and I feel her foot slowly trail up the bottom of my pants leg. This is going to be an unforgettable evening.
Chapter 29. Nina. Has calor, I say as I strip out of my jeans. Xavier watches me from the corner of his eye. He sits in a chair by the window to feel the breeze, and I join him. I can't believe these 2 weeks are over now, and I want to celebrate the best honeymoon ever in the best way possible. Oh, it definitely is hot in here. Xavier looks me up and down hungrily. I pull my top over my head, throw it in a pile next to my jeans, and lay sprawled out on the bed. He's watching me as I stretch and contort my body in different ways. Just me moving my curves in certain ways is enough to hypnotize him. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story.
Chapter 30. Xavier. Home at last. I can't believe it, I say to myself as I wait for the cab outside the terminal. I take in the scenery as the taxi makes its way to Laameon. I'm excited to see Nina. All I have wanted these last few weeks is to be able to physically put my arms around her. It makes me even more grateful if it's possible that she got to come along on my trip for the first half so that we at least weren't apart the whole time. My consulting job in Spain is going to boost my international clientele and give me an advantage in acquiring new local clients. I'm sure I'll even be able to expand my business and grow a team. Perhaps develop a firm of my own. Nina and I are contemplating making our home here in Pine Ridge, and we're very close to looking around for property. It's close enough to Denver and enough of a draw in its own right that I think we could do well here. Our dream of being married and living in my hometown is finally a reality. It took a major detour for us to get here, but I think we're the better for it. It's hard to believe in an alternate reality. Spain might have been a permanent situation for me had I allowed it to be. Especially once I start up the steep, winding driveway up the mountain to Laameon. I can't believe I ever thought about not coming back. She and Maman are there, with Paco running on the ground between them. All three greet me at the entrance when I pull up with welcome home signs in English, Spanish, and French. I run out of the taxi so quickly the driver must be wondering about the fare. He's here! Xavier! You're home! Nina runs up and smothers me in kisses. I see Maman talk to the driver and slip him the cash for payment, so I can spend more time kissing my beautiful bride. Every time I would come home from a trip in the 11 years we were apart, I would secretly dream of what it would be like if Nina greeted me. Now I don't have to dream. My dream is reality. The cabbie has already unloaded my suitcases from the trunk, and Nina insists on taking one. Maman comes and relieves her of the burden. Xavier, darling, how was the trip? We missed you so much. Someone missed you a little bit more, though. I told her so many stories about you to make up for it. Oh, did you now, Maman? I hope nothing too scandalous. Only the most scandalous. Your bride will still stay with you, so that says something. Always, Nina says, pulling me into another kiss. Nothing anyone could say would change my mind. I love you forever. I love you too, Nina. Always. We go to Café des Mélodies, where a full meal is waiting with all kinds of crepes, coffees, and pastries. We've been working on this for the last week to give you a welcome that suits you, Xavier. I don't need any of that. Everything I need is right here in my arms. I kiss my bride again and again and again. I can't get enough.
Chapter 31. Nina. Let me get that for you, Xavier says. I've been attempting to adjust a painting on the wall and make it straight, but it's just too high up for me. This is what married life is for, isn't it? To have a tall person in your life who can reach the things you can't. Xavier comes over and takes over. You stand back and tell me if it's straight or not, he tells me. Absolutely. Tilt the bottom left corner ever so slightly, I say. Nope, too much, back the other way. And you've got it. Perfect. He steps back until he's beside me and wraps his arm around my waist. At this moment, it truly is perfect. Not just the painting, but us, here together. It's finally here, our happily ever after, and all we really need now is a house. Are we still good for tomorrow? I ask. I talked to the realtor this morning. We have an appointment with her at 10, just outside of that little cottage you found on Jasper Road. I figured we should start there and not waste our time on some of the other options. We've wasted enough time as it is being apart, I say. Xavier nods in agreement. And the rooms we were in are all clean? Is there more to do? What kind of an inn would I have, Xavier, if we didn't have housekeeping? Madam says. I have no idea how one person can be so omnipresent. Thank you, madam. Of course, it's my pleasure. I'm only sad to see you go, even if it is to have your own home. You'd better stay here all the time, though. Of course, Maman. There's nowhere in the world we love more. Madame Dubois invited us to stay in the honeymoon suite until we get a place of our own. But I like to tidy up as a way of showing gratitude. She fights it every time, and it's a game that tells each other we care. We'll be back down a little later, Maman, my husband says. Thank you for everything. Have fun, you too. He slaps my buttocks once we're out of sight of Madame, and he grabs me by the hand, leading me back to the honeymoon suite. Once we're there, his hands are all over me, touching me, caressing me, making me feel alive. God, how I've missed him.
Chapter 32. Xavier, I walk into the kitchen of our new home in Pine Ridge. Nina's at the sink, looking out the window into the backyard. She's watching our two newest dogs, Buck and Moose, and smiling brightly. Paco adores them, and he's happy to show them the ropes. We got them about a month after we moved in, and they are a handful. But we love them, and Paco does too. Good morning, I whisper in her ear as I wrap my arms around her waist. She takes a sip of her coffee and leans back against me. Good morning. She turns to kiss the side of my jaw in greeting. Then she points at the dogs with her nose scrunched. Do you think those two will ever stop digging around my hydrangeas? I walk to the back door. Boys, stop digging around your mother's hydrangeas. It works, to a point, because they're both so excited to realize I'm awake that they stop what they're doing and come bounding to the door to greet me. Here they come, I say to Nina. Brace yourself. Paco comes behind them, thinking he's a German shepherd despite being 1/3 their size. They both come barreling into the kitchen, slobbering and tripping over one another, while scavenging around the floor for any fallen morsels. "How about you sit down and I'll make breakfast since you made coffee?" I ask Nina. "Think your dad will be up soon? He's been making the most of his vacation to visit us and sleeping in every day." She glances at the clock and nods. "Probably. Actually, I think I heard him in his room a few minutes ago. He might be up already and getting dressed." "How about chocolate chip pancakes and scrambled eggs?" I suggest. "Sounds perfect," she agrees happily. "My dad and his sweet tooth will thank you." As if he heard us talking about him, we hear Frank shuffling down the stairs only a minute later. "What you cooking, kid?" Frank asks when he walks into the kitchen. "Well, I thought I'd make chocolate chip pancakes and scrambled eggs. How does that sound?" I ask. He pauses, considering the menu. "Add some bacon to that order and you have a deal," he responds. I have to laugh. The man knows what he wants. "What are your plans today, Dad?" Nina asks him. "I think I'm going to make my way to the slopes and do some skiing. I'm loving this winter weather," he says cheerfully. "Then maybe we can go have a nice dinner in town. My treat. What do you say?" "Really, Dad? The slopes? I had no idea you were a skier," Nina says, sounding puzzled. "But a nice dinner sounds amazing. There's this place downtown that I've been dying to try. I used to dabble out on the slopes in my youth. I haven't always been just your dad, you know," he replies with a warm smile. "I do not doubt that Frank would be a good skier. He's very fit for his age." "That sounds like a lot of fun, Frank. Maybe I'll join you," I say while flipping pancakes. "I'll just need to grab my old ski gear out of the garage." "You any good?" Frank asks. "Or am I going to need to carry you down the mountain?" "I'm not good, Frank." "I'm great," I tell him, stone-faced. "We'll see about that, Sonny," Frank responds in a challenging but playful voice. Then he walks over to the coffee pot and helps himself. "Nina, would you like a refill?" Frank asks, walking over to where Nina is sitting at the kitchen table. "No, I'm only allowed 1 cup these days," she responds with a smile. Frank looks at me. I shrug. Then he looks at Nina. "What do you mean? Allowed 1 cup?" He asks. "Are you telling me Xavier is putting a cap on your caffeine consumption?" "No, of course not. He wouldn't dare. But it probably isn't good for the baby." Then she goes back to sipping her remaining coffee casually. "Baby," I say. "Baby? What baby?" "I'm pregnant," she squeals, looking between me and Frank. Frank looks shocked. I run over to Nina. "Are you serious?" I ask happily. "This is amazing. I can't wait to be a dad. How long have you known? Why haven't you told me?" I gather her up in a warm hug. I feel pure happiness radiating through my entire body. Maybe a bit of fear, but that's normal. "I really wanted to tell you both together for dramatic effect." She laughs lightly. "And I just found out anyway. I took the test when I woke up this morning." "Wow," I say, stunned. We had made the decision to start trying, but it had only been about a month. I had been fully prepared to try for 6 months or so. After all, extra sex with Nina in the name of family sciences isn't something I'm going to scoff at. There's so much to do. I need to buy a crib. We need to look at paint samples. You decide on the theme of the room, darling. I will handle the rest. I spit out a mile a minute. Whoa, hold on there, honey. Babies aren't cooked up in a day. We have plenty of time before we need to panic. And where are you getting this list from? I may have started thinking about all this when we decided we wanted to have a baby. I just didn't realize it was going to happen so quickly. I can't wait to tell Madame D, I say excitedly. She'll probably say, toutes nos félicitations. Wait, have you been learning French? I ask Nina. I've been listening to Madame D for weeks, and I have an ear for languages. So, I'm bound to pick up a few things. She laughs. Realizing Frank hasn't said anything, we turn to face him. He blinks slowly at the both of us, seemingly speechless. I've made up my mind, Frank finally says. I think we are going to have to make some changes before my grandchild comes. What sort of changes, Dad? Nina asks warily. Well, for starters, you're going to need help putting that room upstairs together for the baby. And these dogs are a handful. You'll need help with those, too. And there's still some DIY going on all over this house that I could also help with, he responds. What are you saying, Frank? I ask. Clear out the guest bedroom, I'm moving in, Frank declares. Nina and I both turn to stare at each other, wide-eyed. How are we going to let this man down easy? There's no way he can live with us. We love him greatly, but there just isn't room for all of us in this house. Dad, Nina starts uncertainly. Then she glances over at me. Frank, I don't know what to say either. I'm kidding, kids, Frank bursts out in a laugh. I'm not going to come live here, but I will promise to spoil this kid rotten. That'll be my job. Nina and I sigh in unison. Jeez, Dad! Not a fun joke for a pregnant lady. I'm not going to live here, but I am going to be the best grandpa this world has ever seen. Or maybe I should go by Papa or Gramps. What do you think? I think I might have to test it out for a while. See what sticks, he says. Nina and I both smile. He is going to be a phenomenal grandfather. It can only come second to what an amazing mother Nina will be, I'm certain of it.